All right, ladies and gentlemen, good evening and good morning from wherever you're following. This is Mutembei TV Open Forum Political Show. This is the opportunity where you have to discuss and digest the political happenings in the country, what transpired during the day, and you have an opportunity to share your feelings. Of course, we are live in Mutembei Official, that is Facebook page. We are live in Mutembei TV YouTube channel, and we are also live in Sound Candid Show YouTube channel. So invite others and share the link so that we can be able to follow together and discuss. A lot has happened today. A lot is expected to happen. So top on the stories, we have the deaths and the final send-off of integrity, that is Mr. The CS Professor George Omore Magoha. So we are going to discuss the heroic send-off of Magoha as Ruto stays away because he don't want to be associated with integrity. Top of the story, we are also looking at Uhuru's final appearance and confirmation that he is Azimio and Azimio is part of his DNA. As the cost of living rises, insecurity is also an issue in the rift. And we are also going to discuss the political prostitution that has been experienced over the week. Karibuni sana na muweze kukaribisha wengine so that we can be able to follow together and invite others too in the show. Karibuni sana Fartun Abdullahi. Obviously, you are the first one. I challenge somebody to be the first one tomorrow. Elizabeth Anyango, karibu sana. Dahir Abdi, you are most welcome in today's show. Fatuma, karibu sana. Makmaki, karibu sana. Jan Sage, you are welcome. You can invite your friends, your relatives, so that they can also join us in the show. Lois Akot, karibu sana. Fatma Nasmiu, pamoja na Felistas Atideke, I've seen you. Adnan Juma, karibu sana. George Masibo, karibu. Oh, sorry, let me check on the sound. I hope it is clear now. Fatma Nasmiu, karibu sana. Sorry, guys, for the sound problem. I hope I'm now clear. Shiza Ogamba, karibu sana. Na kuona Fartum Mohamed. KHA Mo, I don't know how to pronounce your name. Karibu sana. Feel most welcome to Christina Deka. I've seen you. Siprosa Udhiambo pamoja na Juma. Juma who? Chiko na Juma. Anami Makmaki, I'd already seen you. Karibu sana na uweze kukaribisha wengine. David, karibu sana. Felistas, karibu sana. Samuel, karibu sana na uweze kukaribisha wengine. This Mutembei TV Open Forum Political Development Show, where we meet daily to discuss the political happenings of the day. I'm glad that everyone is joining and you are welcoming friends. We started and I can see the number is increasing. Don't get tired. Keep on inviting others so that we can be able to follow together. Zadok Wanyangu, karibu sana, naona uko ndani kabisa. Good evening to you, Nikta Nyambane. Peter Gitau, karibu sana. Maureen Keitanyi, karibu sana na uweze kukaribisha wengine pia wajiunge nasi. Pamoja na Siprosa Odhiambo, nimekuona pale. Roda, karibu sana kwenye show pamoja na Dahir Abdi. Kila mtu amekaribishwa. Try to share the link in your WhatsApp groups. You can share the link also in the, how do you call it, the Facebook Messenger, the text messages, so that everybody can come and partake in today's discussion. Top of the story, I've told you, we are looking at the final send-off of Professor Magoha, whereby the president, the former president, the fourth president of Kenya attended together with the people's president, Honorable retired Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga. We are also discussing Uhuru is retired but not tired, having come
publicly today to confirm to Kenyans that he is Azimio and Azimio is part of his DNA. So those who've been doubting today, they got a confirmation of the same. There's also some increase in insecurity in the rift, whereby the bandits managed to attack the police officers, killing 3 and injuring several, as the CS Interior keeps on sending them voice note warning and threatening them. We are yet to see action being taken. We are also going to talk of the political prostitution that was seen throughout the week. Maoni yako na maoni yangu, pamoja tutaweza kuendeleza Kenya na tuhakikishe kuwa Kenya imeongozwa na imeelekezwa kwenye njia unaofaa. So nawakaribisha wote siku ya leo na tuweze kufuatilia kwa pamoja. Namuona James Mwangi amekisha wasili, Damaris Ben, Elisha Misoi, Tali Ambrose, Mkoingi Gitonga, karibu sana. Makothe Kim, na nani tena, Amos, is it Amos or Amo Kifuna Odinga. Kuna Odinga mwingine hapo, utakuja tuelezee kama wewe pia ni cousin wa Tuju. Simeon Dungu kama kawaida, karibu sana. OCS Juna Vampa, umekaribishwa. Ni kama unajua maneno ya security, utaweza kutuelezea vizuri. Ensure you welcome everyone. I can see the number is rising, so keep on sharing, keep on calling your friends, those people who maybe are not aware that the show is on. And as you do that, don't forget to subscribe to Mtembei TV, that is YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe to Sound Candid, and don't forget to follow Mtembei Official in Facebook. And as you subscribe in the YouTube channel, ensure you put the bell on so that when the show is going live, you will always be notified. And you can also subscribe and be a member so that you can be able to enjoy some exclusive rights. There are benefits that you are going to enjoy when you become a paid member. So don't forget to do that. And in case you're having questions concerning that, let them flow. You can type it and you will get assisted. Honorable Mwiringi Kome, karibu sana. Cecilia Winyanga, nimekuona. Jacqueline Getuba, karibu sana. Roda, umesalimiwa pale na Jacqueline Getuba. Roda ako ndani ya nyumba, na hata kabla tuanze show nitamkaribisha na atatufungulia na maombi. Some and most of you requested. Fatima Basiu, karibu sana. Baba Tosha, ni ukweli Baba Tosha, na amedhihirisha wazi kuwa anatosha na hata tutoroka hata kama gharama ya maisha imepanda hivyo. Kabla niwaelezee yale yaliyomo ndani ya store, wacha nimkaribishe dada Roda aweze kutufungulia na maombi. Roda, karibu.
Asante sana. Leo tunaanza na maombi. Okay. When I pray, I used to put some instrument praying, but I can pray anyway. If somebody want a prayer request, just drop there, and then I can pray. As I say, I'm a prayer warrior. I believe the power of prayer can do miracle, can change things, can bring the readers together. I have seen miracle even in the country I'm living. Through praying and fasting. Yeah, so I believe whole world we can see miracle, we can get peace. I used to pray a country like Russia. I pray for the president Putin. God spoke to me, pray for him. Don't speak against him, pray for him, and I've been praying for him that he will see Jesus, will get peace inside of his heart. So let us pray. Father, in the name of Jesus, we are so thank you, God. You have been saving us, God. Thank you, Jesus. You said your unforgotten Son, Jesus Christ, die for us, die for our difficulty. Even when we don't know ourselves, you know us. Even when we have a difficulty, you understand, God. You always know things we go through in life than we don't know. We are so thank you for the gift of life, for the gift of salvation. We are so thank you. Thank you, Jesus. You have been creating us with a different gift. We are so thank you. I pray for all over the world, people that will know Jesus. They'll be humble themselves, God. They'll see without Jesus, we are nothing. Thank you, God. We worship you. Thank you. We pray even this forum, politic. We pray for analysis. We talk things. We change our country to make our country great. Thank you, Jesus, even today that we could see our former president attend for the funeral and it went well to bury his cabinet who went with the Lord. We are so thank you. Everything went well. His cabinet, former cabinet, were there. And then they went to the rally. Everything was good. Thank you, Lord. We could see them together, our former president and our former prime minister. That's the way we want. We want to see our leaders, they are happy, they are enjoy. Then when they are happy, we are happy. But when they are sad, because you are the one who love Kenya, you are the one who create Kenya, you are the one who creates every community in Kenya. You want us to live together. We can love one another. We can forgive one another. We can have a heart because we are the one. And every tribe in Kenya is under by God, not by the law, by God. Every Kenyan is under God. Thank you, God, for our country. We are so thank you. Even before we are born, you know the nation of Kenya. Thank you, Jesus, what you have done for our country for many years ago. Not many villages, they didn't have electricity, but we have seen electricity even some villages. We didn't have a tarmac road, but we have seen a tarmac road. Thank you, God. And I know you, thank you, Lord, for our country. You have been still a good thing. Every time we experience the goodness and greatness, we have seen the fruits, we have seen the vegetables, we have seen ananas, we have seen the tea. Some countries they don't experience the thing we have seen. We have seen coffee. Some people have never seen those things, but we are so thank you. Thank you, Lord, for the liver. Thank you for the forest, God. Everything you have done for us. We are so thank you. And we humble ourselves, God. May all Kenya, every politicians will humble themselves. They see the goodness and greatness what you have done for us. We don't take for granted. We bless you. We honor you, God. The name of the Son and the Holy Spirit. In Jesus' name. Amen and amen.
Amen, amen. Oh, thank you, Rhoda, for such a wonderful prayer. Indeed, we need to start by praying and praising the name of the living God. And that is when God guides our talks and He cements our request and He unites us purposefully for the benefit of this great country called Kenya. So back to our topic. Today is a great day for most Kenyans, according to what happened. Those who've been waiting for the Azimio chairman, that is His Excellency the Fourth Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, he was out there and confirmed to Kenyans that he is Azimio, and Azimio is he in his DNA. Just as Ruto skipped Magoha's burial, which should not surprise you, because it spoke volumes on his persona or his character. As somebody who hates intellect, there was no way he was going to attend a funeral full of intellect. As somebody who prefers working with zombies, there was no way he was going to engage the former CSs who were attending the funeral. And as somebody who likes being the brightest in the room where there are some zombies or where there are some fools, there was no way he was going to interact with the people who are brighter than him. That is why he had to escape, because he hates integrity and he will not even afford to attend the funeral of Magoha, who valued integrity even at his death. So that is why you should not be surprised that Ruto did not attend, and instead he decided to send, of which I am sure he did not send CS Owalo. CS Owalo decided to write himself the speech, because the descriptions in that speech were basically opposite what Ruto believes in. So just to bring you fast forward to what happened during the day, I know maybe some of you had a busy day, or some of you are waking up now and they were not able to watch what transpired during the day or what took place during the day. Just highlight of what happened after the Magoha burial.
Lero, lero, ni lero. Lero, lero, ni lero.
Tunasema Kenya mpya inawezekana.
Inawezekana. Leo ni leo.
Na inawezekana.
Inawezekana. Leo ni leo.
Kenya mpya inawezekana.
Inawezekana. Leo ni leo.
Nchi ambayo kuna raha na ustawi.
Inawezekana.
Na inawezekana.
Leo ni leo.
Ndoto yao ambayo walisema Mungu bariki nchi hii yetu ya Kenya, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Na inawezekana.
Leo ni leo.
Wabiro Kausu tuwinje jothurwa ngeso mabiro. Sisi tumesema ati Wakenya wako na shida, gharama ya maisha imepanda, bei ya unga imepanda, bei ya mafuta imepanda, karo ya shule imepanda, kodi imepanda, sivyo? Yale yote ambayo waliahidiwa hakuna. Sisi tulikuwa na mpango kamili kama wanaazimio, na bado tuko Azimio hapa pamoja. Wengine wanajaribu kuvuruga Azimio, wanaingia wananunua wajumbe wengine namna hii, wanapigiwa bei. Wajumbe wamekuwa malaya, wengine wamekuwa malaya. Sawa, tumesema afadhali tubaki ni wale wajumbe ambao wana msimamo. Tumekuwa ni vikundi vikubwa ambao hawana msimamo. Wale ambao wanataka kwenda waende, ili tusibaki na wanaume na kina mama ambao wako na msimamo. Na mimi nina hakika tutafika pale tunataka kwenda. Hii ni kama mto Nile, imetoka Lake Victoria inaelekea Mediterranean. Hatufanye nini au nini, itafika Mediterranean. Kwa hivyo niliwaambia tsunami inakuja. Nambia tsunami inakuja. Sasa wanaanza kuona mawingu tu, lakini bado inakuja. Vijana, mko tayari? Mko tayari? Mko tayari? Nione mkono ya vijana ambao wako tayari. Tuko hapa na wajumbe chungu mzima. Wajumbe chungu mzima tuko nao hapa. Tunaona utienda mono hapa. Tunaona Edio Keshi yuko hapa. Bwana Ron yuko hapa. Onyango Koyo yuko hapa. Koyo yuko hapa. Tuko pale kwanza na Bwana Opia Wandai. Tuko pale na Bwana Tandi. Ruth Odinga. Tuko hapa na Mama Gogo. Unaona Mama Gogo? Owino Wood Chief Mandiwa. Okuneka Ngondowere. Kasipun.
Mpaka tufike mwisho wa safari. Asante sana. Mwenyezi Mungu awabariki. Tuko nyuma yao.
Pia washughulike kufanya kazi.
Furuber malo yengo.
Yes, that was just a nutshell of what happened today. I know most of you are able to follow the news and you got the information. So now that is where we are. Uhuru confirmed that he is retired but not tired. And he said Jubilee is him and he is Jubilee. So those people who are dreaming, telling us that Jubilee is leaving Azimio, it is not Jubilee who is leaving Azimio. They are individuals who are leaving Azimio. And the individuals who are threatening to leave Azimio are not assets, they are liability. If you are an MP who is nominated, not elected, you cannot threaten anybody that you want to leave because you are a liability. If you leave, that position will be given to somebody else. So there is no way somebody who is not elected, somebody who is nominated can threaten to leave. So those are people who are just trying to defend their stomach. They're trying to defend their pay because if they don't do so, they will not be able to pocket what they were promised or get the balance of the deposit of what they were given. So as we are discussing today, I've told you that Ruto skipped the burial of Magoha for one reason. He hates integrity. He hates those people who are intelligent, and there's no way he can share a podium with them. He wants a room full of people that he will overshine. That is where he will have to go. And he likes being the brightest man in maybe that room among the fools. That is why he could not afford to go and give the last respect to one of the brightest CS that we had in the previous government. Let me start by welcoming my sister Rhoda. Tell us or give us her submission. Rhoda, karibu.
Yeah, thank you so much to see brother Tata. That is your real name, Dume. Today there's no camera and devotion. Open your camera. We see you. Your face is matter. Hi. Me, I like to see people their face. Face is very important. So, well, maybe I can submit. I can say that today it was first day for my president to be the public since he retired in August 8. No, it was separate because we went to the court and then everything. So 8, I can say August, and then he in the funeral. I really like the way he speak about the professor. He speak about the rate former CS Professor Magoha. He was speaking. The speak was so amazing. Now, I mean, he was speaking about how he was doing how he was doing at his work. And then there's something I noticed, Baba Uhuru Kenyatta, he really loved and then if the funeral was okay, and I could see the funeral was only Azimira Moja was attend that funeral. So it went well and I could see his family members and yeah, everything was fine. And then after that, I saw them in Kisumu. I don't know that place. It's called Ulunda, something like that. They went there for Ferrari, and Uhuru, he's a man like he's very kind. People they have never understand who is really. He speak very nice word to the people from the Kisumu. With the kindness, with the humbleness. I don't understand why some people they have never understand him, especially people from Mount Kenya. And I could see people from Kisumu they welcome him very well, and he say that he's retired, but he's not retired. So he say his party readers is Raila Odinga. Everything he Baba said to him, he will do. Yes, he will always follow him. But he say he's not he's a retire. He's out of the politics, but he retired. But he say today he confirmed that Baba is his party leader, and that's amazing. And he said to people from the Kisumu, if you have a halabe for the school, I can come here. We can, he just want to be open up for the people for the Kisumu that you can invite me something like maybe you have occasionally to school harabe for the school. I can join you. Maybe there is something going in your city, Kisumu. And I could see people they welcome him very well. And I see people from Kisumu they really love the former president, and that's really make me happy. And yeah, and yeah, they talk about politics, about people vijana wapate kazi, vitu kama hizo, and I could see they are very strong opposition. Yeah, but he said himself.
Thank you, Rhoda. Today, I think I'll be strict on time so that we don't get somebody over submitting and somebody under submitting. I know we are here. Tunataka tu kuenda chain. Naona Chaka Ndune aka Msimamo amesha wasili pale. Wacha nimpatie nafasi na yeye pia aweze kuzungumza nasi. Kuna jamaa alikuwa ameingia lakini alificha picha. So ukiingia hakikisha your video is on or you'll just wait in the waiting room. We want to deal with the people we are seeing, and if you are lying or misleading us, we can be able to look at your face and tell you stop lying. But if you hide your face, you might be laughing as you're giving us lies. Msimamo, karibu.
So, asante sana ndugu yangu Nyabaya kwa kunipa hii nafasi. Vile vile pia nimsalimie dada yangu Roda hapo na ndugu yangu hapo voluntary mind na wale wote ambao wako katika comment sections leo kidogo nimetiwa moyo zaidi na moyo wangu umetiwa zaidi na our former president Uhuru Kenyatta. Yani na kelele hapo na ni kuhusiana na wale wanafiki, kale kakundi kale kwenda kupigwa mlungula kiasi na kujiona kwamba wao wako powerful kwa Jubilee, wanaweza panga maamuzi yao na hakuna wa kuwapinga wala wanini, lakini wakakosa kuelewa kwamba hiyo chama ina mwenyewe ambaye ndio kiongozi na si mwingine bali ni former president Uhuru Kenyatta. Sasa wamejipata njia panda wale akina Kanini Kega na wale wengine waliojipa acting SJ, mwingine si acting nani, kakundi fulani hivi, especially kale kalienda State House na kuona kwamba Jubilee ndio wameweza kuivunja na kuweza kumtoa Jeremiah Kioni na Mradhe na wale wengine ambao ni Wakenya wazalendo na wanaoongozwa na roho ya utu wa kujali maisha ya Mkenya na vile vile watetezi wa ushindi ambao tuliweza kushinda pale kwenye uchaguzi ulioisha wa Agosti 8. So kwa kweli imebaki ni waibu kwao na maswali kwao sasa kujiuliza, sisi ni akina nani, ikiwa Uhuru mwenyewe amesema wazi kwamba mimi kiongozi wangu na party leader wangu ni Raila Amolo Odinga, na huyu ndio mtu ambaye anamfuata. Akisema twende namwambia twende, akisema twende hivi namwambia twende, sina doubt na yeye. Sasa kina Kanini Kega na kina nani? Hivyo nafikiri ameukata mzizi wa fitini wa wale wanafiki wa jana. Swala lingine la pili, ndugu yangu Nyabaya, ni kuhusiana na haya waibu. Jamaa hawakwenda kwa mazishi. Nitamani uende Gachagua leo, baada ya hapo agawe ile chakula aliahidi wale wakazi wote wa ile eneo kwamba baada ya mazishi watakula bure, chakula kitakuwa pale wakigawa, lakini wameingia mitini wakiongozwa na Ruto. Sijui kulikoni jikoni huko kilichowafanya wasiende, maana nilitaka kushuhudia haswa ili nipate kujenga hoja na ile kauli aliyozungumza bwana Gachagua. Hapo ndipo nawaambia hawa jamaa zangu wanapotandika sipo wanapolala. Wamezoea kuchukua uongo na kufanya kweli, na kuchukua kweli kufanya uongo. Hivyo hawakwenda kwa waibu, kwa sababu Magoha light kama angekuwa mzima basi wangekuwa na yeye hatoki mdomoni kama vile Matiang'i. Maana msimamo na utendaji kazi wa hayati Magoha unabatana kabisa na jinsi Matiang'i alivyokuwa. Hawakuwa wakicheza katika kazi yao, they were totally serious kuhakikisha kwamba wanabadilisha hili taifa. So nadhani hilo limewatia waibu, na wale ambao ni wabunge 9 waliojiunga juzi, nasema 8 pamoja na Jalango, pia ikawa ni waibu. Maana tulizungumza mno hapa Mtembei kuweza kujadili na kusema mipango yao. Usiku chaka mimi nilizungumza kabisa, nadhani pia likawatia wasiwasi na kiwewe. Kwa harama ya maisha, ndugu zangu wa Kenya, tusitegemee kwamba tutapumzika leo wala kesho. Hapa tutashuhudia vitimbi, hapa tutashuhudia mambo na kujienua na vifua na mambo yote yale ambao tunayashuhudia kwa sasa. Hayo ndio tutategemea kuyaona, lakini si Mkenya mnyonge kuweza kutambulika na kuweza kupunguziwa huu mzigo ama kuweza kutremshwa huu mzigo ambao anaobeba. Kwa hivyo kwa swala la harama ya maisha, labda tuamue na tuungane na tuhakikishe kwamba hii rejimu ambayo inaongozwa na hawa wajanja na waongo wanaobadilisha uongo kuwa kweli hawapo katika mamlaka. So ni mimi na wewe Mkenya mwenzangu, tuchague aidha kunyoa ama kushuka. Tukisema let's accept and move on, tujue tumekwisha. Tukisema no na Ruto must go, we are safe. Nikwamie pale ili kusudi ndugu yangu Nyabaya nisiamalize mengi leo, niwape ndugu zangu wengine nafasi waweze kuwa na ufunguzi. Kwa hivyo nitakuishiria pale kakangu Nyabaya, na asante kwa hii nafasi ambayo umenipa. Asante sana kaka.
Thank you so much ndugu Chakandume kwa kuweza kujiunga nasi kila siku na kutoa zile hoja za wale. Najua hizo hoja sio zako tu, lakini ni zile hoja za wale watu unawakilisha. Manake kuna wengi unazungumza nao usiku hawawezi wakajiunga nasi hapa, lakini ukifika hapa najua kuwa hoja zao zimefika na zinajadiliwa, na wewe mwenyewe utawapelekea ujumbe uambie Wakenya wote wanazungumza vivyo hivyo na wanasema kuwa hatutayakubali yaishe, manake haki lazima ipatikane. Na kama ulimsikiza rais wa 4 vizuri, alihimiza kuwa haki lazima itendeke kwa kila mtu, na kusema haki alikuwa anamaanisha haki ya uchaguzi. Haiwezi kuwa kila wakati Wakenya wakienda uchaguzi mwenye ameshindwa anabadilishwa, anawekwa kuwa ameshinda. Lazima kuwe na haki, ndiposa Wakenya watakuwa na amani na uchumi pia itaimarika. Ili maybe kuwakumbusha tu Wakenya wenzangu, nilikuwa na utazama runinga ya Citizen leo usiku, na kuna kile kipindi huwa wanaangalia what went up. Leo walizungumzia bidhaa vya kula kama sukari, ambayo wamepata kuwa sukari imepanda kwa 35%. Ukiangalia Blue Band, anajua wengi saizi hawawezi wakanunua ule mafuta, manake bei imepanda na 43%. Kuangalia mkate ambayo kila mtu anakula kila asubuhi, ukiamka unaenda dukani pale kununua mkate ili uweze kupata kiamsha kinywa, imepanda kwa 18%. Kuangalia mafuta ya kupika, hauwezi ukalipika pale mboga au upike chakula kile bila kutumia mafuta. Mafuta inaonekana kupanda kwa 144%. Alafu tukienda kwa maziwa, ambaye Gachagua ameshinda akituimbia kila siku atakuwa anashughulika na mambo ya maziwa na mkahawa na chai, imepanda pale na 8%. Unga imepanda na 49%. That is the Kenya we are talking of. And now we are moving from the basic commodities like food to the basic human rights like security. Just the other day, as the CS Kindiki was celebrating his 100 days in office, and he celebrated at the stairs of Harambee House. Today, the police convoy was attacked, 3 police officers killed and several officers injured. So we are waiting for Kindiki to go and give another voice note. He keeps on giving another voice note. It confirms to you what we've been saying here, that the government is clueless. They are having wrong people in right positions. He placed Kindiki there intentionally so that he can be able to kill his political future. So by the time we are reaching 2027, nobody will want to associate with Kithure Kindiki. And Kithure Kindiki will not be there to challenge Ruto by 2027. That is why he intentionally saw that this man wanted to become a deputy president, and he is a possible threat in the Mount Kenya. So to ensure that nobody speaks in Mount Kenya after dealing with Uhuru, which I don't think is true, let me also place him in a place where he knows nothing. That is how he decided to finish Kindiki. And in the next 3 years, nobody will want to hear of Kindiki. So he is finished politically, and the Kenyans are also finished because our security is at threat and nobody is coming for our help. So we have to stand up and say no, na tutumie ile nguvu yetu yenye inaitwa sovereign power. We will have to exercise it directly. I like the way the movement is, and tomorrow, as Baba is going to be in Busia, I know the movement is gaining momentum. By the time we are going to Kiambu, already they've started demonstrating. Yesterday they demonstrated, today they are demonstrating. So by the time we are reaching the mountain, we will find them already wamechemka. Sasa itakuwa ni kuongezea tu moto. Karibu bwana Revolutionary Mind. Samahani. Akili ya Mapinduzi, karibu.
Sawa, habari yako? Naona ni kama Ronda ako na swali. Maybe unaweza ruhusu yeye kwanza tu.
Ronda una swali kweli?
Just today I saw they were doing demonstration in Gatondo. I was wamama walikuwa napiga duru. I was like, this is a new beginning. It's just new beginning. We are going to have more. Hey, Ruto ajui sisi.
Thank you very much, Ronda. Let us allow Revolutionary Mind atupe hoja zake. Tukisonga hivyo, naona Sylvester leo, karibu. Kuna mwingine amejiunga nasi, ni kama network yake haiko sawa. Natarajia atarudi tena. Karibu Revolutionary Mind.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Leo. I'm glad and I'm happy. I want to begin by saying hi to everyone who is live in the platform, and everyone who is also live in our chat platform. They are part of us. We value them. We are here to share sane politics in Kenya. You know, we have not been brought here by propaganda. That is what I always like saying. We have not been brought here by hate. We have not been brought here by insincerity, but rather we are here because we have a common perception, or majority of us, let me not say uniformly, or majority of us have a common perception that things need to happen more, and we need to see more happening in the ground. Away from that, I wanted to begin by first of all saying that in politics, we always have divisions. And
Revolutionary, just a minute. Oh, sorry for interrupting you. Joshua Jira, link nimetuma hapo. Ukiklik tu on the link, it will direct you to the channel directly. Then you allow StreamYard to configure for you. Then you'll be in. Umekuwa ukijaribu pengine, umejaribu ingine, but click on it. It's just next to your comment. Tafadhali. Okay, sorry, Revolutionary, you can proceed.
Okay, thank you for that. So what I was saying is that my country, Kenya, is very far from practicing sane politics. In this life, there will always be a party which wins an election, and there is always another party which might lose an election. I'm talking of an insane democracy. That means that if your party wins an election, you govern. If the other party does not win an election, they continue into their active agenda, and they continue regrouping with a mindset that in the future, depending with how the government is performing, they will form the government. That is the mindset of politics. Like in politics, we cannot continue playing politics whereby we have always to regroup with the people who are in the government. Politics does not work that way. Politics is principles, politics is values, and politics is about the agenda which you push. And I tend to believe that Jubilee has an agenda which they are pushing. And I do not see a coalition or a uniformity of their agenda with the UDA. I do not think they had a different mindset. And I think these people have to start coming out clear, and they tell us that we congregated with UDA, and we had a common agenda, or we agreed on a common agenda of eating. And after we agreed on that common agenda of eating, we saw that agenda of eating is more bigger than the agenda of Azimio. And that is why we have momentarily left Azimio, because UDA has brought a good agenda of eating, and we feel we want to eat together with them. There is nothing about unity when a party is crisscrossing and saying that now we have found more values on the people who are your opponents on a political movement. We always have opposition parties, and they are everywhere. So Kenya is not the first country where we have this division. So that's why I wanted to be clear here that Kenyans should not be duped into this mentality that you have to work with the government. No, already the moment the government has been sworn in, they already have structures to govern. So they do not need other people to govern. So that is bringing a fakery mentality to people. And we are operating with people who do not understand politics in the Kenyan context. The government does not need validity from the people, from other people. The fact that you have a government which is moving, they don't need to cross over. So that's why I also want to fault the government by itself. The government should not be looking for validity from other political parties and trying to swing them to come and sing into their song, unless if they are preparing for tyrannical mechanism of governance. Unless if they are preparing for that, that is the only indication. Sorry. That is the only indication which it tells me. And I feel a bit worried as a politician who looks, or as a Kenyan who looks at issues strategically. I think my country is having politicians who are not sincere. And us as common mwananchi, because these days I don't want to speak with the politicians. Majority of our politicians in Kenya, they have cheated us for so long. I want to speak with the common mwananchi. You can take your decision on the mind. You can start interrogating even the people in the grassroots. And next time when we have a political dispensation, or when we are looking for politicians, we can be able to have politicians who can be hinged on principles. But rather we are tired of this idea whereby people are saying that I'm going to the State House to look for development. That is trickery. That is things which are not holding water. It is not true. And I support Raila Odinga when he says that in the State House there is no maendeleo. It is true. Because if we start saying that maendeleo equals State House, it means that we can sideline people if they don't have people in the State House, or if they don't go into the State House. We will start sidelining people. As a government, you are supposed to serve north, east, west, south, northeast. You are supposed to flow like the wind. You have to flow in all directions. Once you get the government, you serve those who those who elected you and those who never elected you. That is how a government works. You cannot start proposing a road project because people have come to State House. No. Governments have structures. Governments have frameworks, like Hustler Fund, the one which they have brought. We don't need to go to State House to get Hustler Fund. It is for all of us. It is not something for hustlers. I'm just saying. Like people in Wakambani, they don't need to go to State House to get a road. As we do roads in Sugoi, as we do roads in Kiambu, we have to do roads in Nyanza, in Mombasa, and everywhere. So this nonsense of saying that we have to congregate in the State House so that we can have a common agenda is mistaken identity. And we cannot start losing our political parties. We have to injure ourselves on the political parties, because political parties are machineries for moving the agenda. You cannot move an agenda as an individual. You only move an agenda as a political party. And that is why you don't vie as an individual. So Jubilee has its own political mechanism which governs it. And I believe if they have to divorce Azimio and go to UDA, there will be a framework. And it will not be a roadside declaration or a one-day meeting in the State House which will want to dissolve a whole political party. I think it takes a lot of time to assemble a political party. And you cannot dissolve a political party in one day. No. Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta, what I read from Uhuru Kenyatta is mature politics. And it's also trying to show people that politics finally disappears, or you are not in power forever. And it's also trying to show me Uhuru is on the course of what he was even fighting for, even when he was in power. He wanted unity. So it is also showing consistency. At least he is consistent on his direction of his vision. So I wish him well. I hope the the man can continue that direction. He doesn't need to cow. We can disagree in sane politics, and we don't need like to mix one another or to to be in one bucket, so that we do.
Please
things.
drink water. Take a glass of water when you are coughing.
Okay.
Please do that.
Okay, no problem. Thank you for that. So I am just finalizing. So we are just learning something, and our people in power have to know that next time there will be the people in Uhuru's shoes. You will not have power. So how will people perceive you? Will you have burnt all dreams, all bridges, and you cannot congregate back to people? No, we need to know that power will end at the end of the day, and finally you will return to people. How will people perceive you after power? So Uhuru concept of congregating now with people is welcome. We want him to continue being as part of Azimio, whether active or inactive. We don't care of that too much, but that consistency is good for us as a source of hope, because he is an experienced person. Whether he is, even if he is retired, he has a lot of experience and he can help us in so many things moving forward. So we are on course, and this country has to change on the right direction towards governance. And we cannot be put into sideshows by the people who want to go and eat in the State House. No, we want to govern this country in the right direction and following the people with the principles. Even in countries like America, I do not hear simply because the Republican Party has lost an election, Republican people wanting to become Democrats, or because Democrats have lost an election, Democrats wanting to become Republicans. No, we have to hinge our political parties. We cannot start doing these things of Brownian motion, whereby things want to move where power is. Let's be clear. Let's know that there are people who follow money and there are people who follow principles. And these guys are following money. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kenyan revolutionary mind. As I'm going to Kenyan democracy, I just want to remind somebody who is saying that the dollar is almost reaching 130. Charles Nyagi, dollar has reached 130. It reached 130. It is passing 130. Yeah. Right now, it's ranging between 130 to 132. So it is not that it's almost reaching. It is there. So it is passing 130. And the gas currently has been 1,800, that is the 6 kilogram. And because they've increased it by 30%, it is going to be retailing at 2,600. So for the first time, we are having a country that is taxing water when we know water was given free. So that is the country that we are having. Karibu Kenyan democracy.
Is it me?
Yes, it is you.
Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Rhoda, I had your good prayer. Thank you for that. Leo, how are you? You are still strong. I can see you.
Fine, thank you. Yeah.
Msimamo, mambo yako bado uendeshe hivyo kuwa moto kabisa. My dear friend called Revolution something. That's a good word for you, because the words that comes out of your mouth really gives us strength. Kwa hivyo, dada na ndugu zangu tuko pamoja. I was very happy to hear that everything went well at the funeral. And also, I've been so busy this week, but I have been hearing few minutes when I'm on break. I could listen to what people have said, but I had those words that I had from the few that we are still living. We are still strong. We should keep it that way. I saw that burning fire when Uhuru and Raila, they went for this funeral for Magoha. And I felt like we have lost a very good government, a very organized government, very, very efficient, something that we would have stood with it and get proud of our country. If it continued with the same route, same track, our country will be the best in the whole world, I'm telling you, because I believe that is what we are looking for. And I am very thrilled that we are still fighting for this and we are going to see the light at the end of the tunnel. I've been all praying and hoping everything of us is going well. And I know things sometimes get tough, but when the going get tough, we get tough. So let's move on the same way. I've had all these colleagues of mine from this forum talking very nice things for visionaries, people who are looking forward to see our country is really moving in the right direction. And we know this devil will be ashamed. You know, there was a story we were told by somebody. It was a funny story that one time people were burning this trash at their gate. Unajua ile mafuta ya kasuku iko na kifuniko ya blue. Hiyo kifuniko ya blue ikachomeka katikati. So these crows au ndege wakakuja hapo kukula takataka hapo. So there were many of them. One of it alienda akatumbukiza shingo yake ndani ya hiyo kifuniko ya mkebe ilikuwa ya blue. I think you know what I'm talking about. A lid for kasuku ile inakuwaga blue ya round ilikuwa imechomeka tu katikati. Coincidentally there was a hole and this bird put his beak through that hole, and you know when it goes through, it cannot come out because of the feathers. The feathers will be preventing it to come out. So that moment, the other birds noticed that, wow, this is not one of our friends. So when they saw this bird, they ran away. So this bird was trying to be friendly to its birds, but the birds were not waiting for him. He looked scary and he looked different from the other birds. So the birds could notice this bird is completely different from us. That is how Ruto will look like one of these coming days. He is pulling these people to his side. But these people, one day they will come to realize that they are doing wrong things. They are not even having followers. The followers have ran away. So they will be like that bird, which will be having something on the neck, which is very unusual, and people will be running from them. So, guys, let's keep working. Let's keep telling people the truth. Let's give them facts. Let's tell them what is good for our country. And they are listening, because what I saw at Luanda with Raila and Uhuru, that is a big crowd that just came in. And I am telling you, that is the same thing is happening in the whole country right now, because this voice is really going to all corners of the country. And I know we are winning, and we will win. And I'm praying that all this will be on our hands, and this government will come to our ends, and we will rule our country, because we don't care who is there or who is from which side. We are caring for Kenyans in general, and I know we'll make it. So I just came just for a few seconds or few minutes just to say that, and to let you know I'm still surviving, I'm still listening, and I'm still with you guys, and we are going to build our country in the right way. So thank you for seeing every of you, and keep it up. Our forum is very famous, and we should be happy and proud of our country. Thank you so much, Leo, and everybody on the forum. And later we will connect. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mama Mary. We value your contribution. These kind of contributions and the hope and the courage that we give fellow Kenyans that keeps us moving. And if you followed today's proceedings, whereby our president and the former president had meetings, they had 3 stopovers, one at Luanda, and actually there were 2, one at Luanda and one in Kisumu. The crowd there is ripe, and they are really waiting for direction. They don't want to know which MP is going to the State House or not going to State House, which MP is present or absent. What they want to hear is how to reclaim their victory. And Raila reiterated that one in Kisumu, in Luo, when he gave a narrative that in the long time, people used to go and steal their cows. And as a community, what the youths will do, the youths will not sleep, but the youths will run after them and reclaim their cows and bring back cows home. That is when they will be considered heroes. And everybody in that meeting was in agreement that they go for their stolen cow. You don't go and start making friendships with somebody who's stolen your cow. You don't go and start negotiating with the people who've stolen your cows. So what you do, you go and get your cows first. Then after that, you'll make peace once you have your cows back. You cannot make peace when somebody is having a cow that belongs to you. You give me my cow, then after that we can sit and make peace. Then I can forgive you for stealing my cow and returning. But we can't talk of forgiveness when you are still milking my cow. So that one is not going to happen. Kenyans are ready. That was not a planned rally. It was just a stopover. And like when Raila was trying to tell them that I'm going to speak next Saturday, I'm going to speak on the next meeting, they were like, no, you have to speak now. So the momentum is being gained each and every day. The movement is growing big and bigger. And this, as you can see across the country, people have started some a little or small demonstrations. So these demonstrations combined together, they are going to lead to the mother of all demonstrations, whereby if Raila will finally say that we are walking, Nairobi will have to be closed for a whole week until the thieves get to escape and leave the cow or the goat to the owner. Karibu Bwana Wangira.
Oh, how are you, Leo?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing fine. My regards to everybody in the studio this evening, Leo.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, okay, let me just make my brief contribution, Leo. Today, retired President Uhuru Kenyatta was in Luo Nyanza for the first time after the 9th of August 2022 general elections. And you know, the love for Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta in Luo Nyanza, could be felt in the air today. You know, when he was in Gemi at the university, and later on when they headed to Kisumu. There are a number of things that I picked from President Uhuru Kenyatta's speech. The first one as a funeral service, and later on in Kisumu. You know, at the funeral service, he started by recognizing Raila Odinga as his friend, as his brother, and he started recognizing him as his friend, his brother, and party leader. And I think that was very, very strategic. Friend, brother. We know they have always been friends and brother. Party leader. You know, the last part of it was party leader. One thing that Uhuru Kenyatta was sending a signal to the coup plotters in the Jubilee Party. You know, the ones yesterday who were saying that they decided to remove Murathe and Jeremiah Kioni. That was a signal to them that I am still in Jubilee and I am the chairman of Jubilee and my party leader is Raila Odinga. And when it comes, I am still in Azimio. And in Azimio, I am the chairman, and my party leader in Azimio is Raila Odinga. And when we go to Jubilee, I am the party leader. That was a message, a direct political message being sent to them. Then, still there, eulogized Magoha. And he told the people of Kenya how he came up with the idea of poaching Magoha, after Magoha finished his term at the University of Nairobi. He said that, he told the monarchs today that, there were so many issues around the Kenyan examination that particular time. You remember the issue of stealing of the exam. So, that's the issue really worried him as the president of the Republic of Kenya then. And he thought, who could be this perfect person to really deal with this issue of exam stealing? Leo, and you remember that, there have been claims of examination leakage in the 2022 KCSE examination, Leo. So when Magoha was leaving the university, he went and poached Magoha and took him to the Kenya National Examination Council. And and that was the first time that Magoha started streamlining the educational sector. And you remember, in 2016, the number of A's in KTP really dropped. Where the number of A's dropped, and they have again resurfaced in 2022. Those numbers that they dropped, and that was the work of Magoha. Then when there was the reshuffle in cabinet, when Nikaiseri died, and he decided to make Matiang'i the Minister for Internal Security. So he told Magoha that he was going to appoint him to become the cabinet secretary for education. And so, every Kenya can see what Magoha has done when he was at the Kenya National Examination Council and when he was minister for cabinet secretary for education. So he was telling the Kenya Kwanza guys that you people are eulogizing Magoha. You're saying that Magoha has done great things for this country. We remember him for the very, 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 very many good things he did for this country. So he was telling them, why can't you, if you really loved Magoha, and if you really believe that Magoha came up with good policies, why can't you implement the good policies that Magoha started? And that was the message that he gave when he was at the Magoha's funeral service today. Then when he moved to Kisumu, this evening today, during the stopovers that you have just talked about, one thing again, President Uhuru Kenyatta, this was a political message. There have been this push that President Kenya, there's a funny statute, and it was the same statute that was being used to gag Raila Odinga and Kalonzo Musyoka. They were being told that for us to pay you your benefits, you must commit that you are not going to engage in politics. You remember, there was that talk that particular time, and Raila Odinga told them that if he must stop, if they want him to stop talking politics, then they better keep his benefits. You remember that time. So today, Uhuru Kenyatta told the people of Kenya when he was in Kisumu, he told them that, no, now, true, I am retired, and I'll be coming around here in Kisumu, and we will be eating fish together. But remember that as much as I am retired, I am not tired. That was another message. He was telling them, as much as I'm retired as the head of state of the Republic of Kenya, politically I'm not tired, which means politically I am still active. That is the message that Uhuru Kenyatta was sending across. And I remember him saying, he said that, he enumerated a number of projects that he undertook when he was president, and the ones that they undertook together when he was with Raila Odinga during the handshake. He talked of the low housing scheme that now President William Samoei Ruto claims is his. We know the low housing scheme, majority of the projects in low housing schemes that William Ruto is today launching were Uhuru Kenyatta's projects. He talked of the railway to Kisumu. He talked of the port to Kisumu, and a number of the projects that he came up with when he was the president. Then he told them that if they have eyes, they should be able to see. If they have ears, they should be able to hear. But all in all, even if they don't want to hear or to see, that does not mean that he never implemented any project. That the project that he implemented as president are there for everybody to see, that he, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, implemented projects for the better of this country. And there's something that I noted with this. Uhuru Kenyatta, just like Raila Odinga, you know, as much as we have a new president in the name of William Samoei Ruto, what I just gauged from today's development, you know, they have not given themselves for perhaps having not done much to ensure that President William, for not having done much to ensure that William Samoei Ruto did not become president. I think they have not forgiven themselves for not having done much. And looking at their talk, you know, when he says that, you know, I'm retired and I'm not tired, you know, such like talks. And when he's talking of Raila Odinga as the Mio party leader and him as the chairman, you know, these are political signals. And me, I see, I see, and you know, this could be what is worrying William Samoei Ruto, you know. Given the case study in the United States of America in the last election, where all former presidents in America, wakina Bill Clinton, wakina Obama, wakina Bush Jr., who was even a Republican like Trump, decided to gang up against Trump. So I think William Samoei Ruto, you know, is worried that, you know, Raila Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta could just decide to become kingmakers, you know. Raila Odinga could decide to hang the boots and, you know, they pick on somebody else whom he and Uhuru Kenyatta could push. You never know. This person could even be this Matiang'i guy. People are trying to chase up and down. You never know. So that they now push him, you know, the way Joe Biden was pushed by Wakina Obama, or by Wakina Bill Clinton, by Wakina Bush Jr. So such a scenario is likely to reoccur here in Kenya in 2027, where possibly President Uhuru Kenyatta, Raila Odinga could come up with another new candidate, you know, who will be a shocker. And they will push this person against William Samoei Ruto. And that's why perhaps he's telling the people of Kenya that, you know, my party leader is Raila Odinga. And that's why perhaps he's telling the people of Kenya that as much as I'm retired, I am not tired. So tomorrow, Leo, just as I finish, tomorrow, I think, you know, the development in Nyanza today must have shocked guys in Kenya Kwanza. And, you know, I'm sure that, you know, they have drawn what we call their responses. And, you know, those responses will be read tomorrow during their church service come political rally in Nakuru. So let us wait for what will be coming out of Nakuru tomorrow. But I'm very sure that they are going to respond to Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga from Nakuru tomorrow. That one I'm very, very sure. So let us wait and see what will come out of Nakuru tomorrow. That's all that I had to say. Let me just allow somebody else to come in. Asante.
Thank you, Angira, for your input. We really appreciate, and you've really hit the nail. This meeting today really sent the Kenya Kwanza into shock. And right now, where they are seated, they are drawing the sermon that they're going to give tomorrow in Nakuru. It is good they're having their daily or their weekly sermon in Nakuru. And they are really going to respond. Most of them have always tried to tell us that, you see, Uhuru is no longer with Raila, Jubilee is no longer part of Azimio. They've tried through thick and thin so that they can exclude Azimio and leave it to appear like it is a Luo affair. But they've realized that this narrative is not selling. However much they try to sell it as if it is a Luo affair, the Luos are the ones who've not given, who've not accepted and moved on. Others have moved on. They find it backfiring each and every time. So it's really worrying them, and it's really giving them sleepless nights. And tomorrow you are going to learn that one from the kind of the responses that they are going to give in Nakuru. So tomorrow they are simply going to respond to what happened today. The way they planned to go and hijack Magoha's funeral and they use it maybe to try to show that they've gotten inroads in the ODM and the Nyanza region, it failed terribly. Even the area MP who joined recently, I think he regretted going to State House because his influence failed terribly in his constituency. Nobody wanted to hear him. He went to the funeral drunk. And Tuju is a wise man. I have to congratulate him, being the family member of Magoha, and he was speaking as a family member. He really managed the event there and did not give this Tanga opportunist time to meander around with the politics. I really liked what happened today, and it is a lesson to them. And Kenyans also showed them that they are tired. That is through the meetings that these guys had, the stopovers. Let me welcome Brother Lala.
Thank you. I think you are the real Wazalendo. I'm happy to join you guys. I think, like all of you, I don't think I've been listening because I've just got out of a meeting. But watching today's events, first of all, our condolences to the family of the Magoha. It's sad to see such a man leave the scene, but his contribution will live forever, and that's important. I only have one reflection of personal experience with him. I'd gone to Kenya, and a friend of mine, the vice chancellor of KCU University, took me to Nyayo Stadium where they were attending a meeting, and I had luncheon with Magoha. That's when I knew him and introduced to him, and I've been following him, and I think his legacy will continue to live forever because of what he did. Contributed to the good of Kenya. Ironically, what he lived for is now being hijacked or was hijacked by the Kenya Kwanza, Kenya Kwisha. But I'm glad that the two leaders were together, and the meeting spoke the soul of the nation, where the country is. And those that are beginning to wonder now can stand tall and strong and see the light at the end of the tunnel. Kenya is captured temporarily, but Wakombozi are on the wheel and moving toward the heart of the city, to the White State House, and get back Kenya so that our children, our women, our men, our institutions that are being depleted right now can be revamped, and that Kenya wants can be realized. I'm glad that we had yesterday or today's meetings, because it came at the right time when some people that are weak, some thieves and others, were taking advantage of our nation. But thank God that we have people, we have men and women of steel, and they are standing strong. Yes, I know tomorrow will be Sunday, the youth prayer meetings. The question is, are those really prayers? Are they really prayers? I don't know, some of you did not perhaps know, didn't quite get what Baba talked about. But those who understood the parables, the metaphor that he used, we have got no illusion. It's clearly on the right path. That is, we are on the march that Kenya is one and that Uhuru is still the leader of Azimio, and that is the chairman of Azimio, and Baba is the leader. And he made it clear that is behind Baba. And it was good to see Kioni there. In other words, the shame on these people, these thieves and others, can be clearly be broadcasted on those meetings. The excitement of the people, the spirit of the people gives Kenya hope. And so for us who are in the church, those of us who are prayer warriors, that's what I've known, serving God, working with God, working for God, working with these people. I know when there's a false prophet offering peace when there is none, truth when there's no truth. The word of God is truth. And we know Baba's been working for truth, and truth leads to peace, and peace leads to economic development. And so, all of you patriots, let us remain steady, eyes on the prize, connect with each other as Kenyans. We are neither Luos, neither Kikuyus, neither Luyas, neither Kisis. We are Kenyans, and we are together in this, and we want our country back, and we are getting it back. That is the message that came out clearly from the meeting as we send a patriot, Professor Magoha, who embodied all that in him. He was not a tribalist. He was a true son of Kenya. And it was good to see the former president proud of his work, the best choice, the best decision that he made to give us Magoha. And so my prayer is that we as Kenyans remain focused and focus on the prize. And so with those, I want to stop and welcome all of us, welcome ourselves, the new idea, the new Kenya that we are about to get. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brother Lala, for your contribution and everyone else who is following. Indeed, today most Kenyans can confirm that they got some hope. Those ones who are almost giving up got their hope renewed. Those ones who've been doubting the commitment of the Azimio chairman in this cause got it confirmed from the chairman himself, who told you he's still the chairman of Jubilee. And when the chairman of Jubilee is in Azimio, he tells you that Azimio is still strong. And nobody can call or can purport to call a meeting telling you that they're overthrowing the Secretary General. It happened sometimes last year when some few individuals overthrew Moses Wetangula and appointed a new chairman and a new office. That one did not last. Wetangula is still the chairman and the party leader of Ford Kenya. So for those people who are celebrating, they need to be reminded that history is good. And because most Kenyans are told by Ruto not to get or not to follow history, that is why they easily get deceived. Because for Ruto to deceive you, first of all, he doesn't want you to know your history. But if you know the history, you can be able to determine the future. Because nothing new happens and nothing new is going to happen in this world that has never happened before. We can be able to predict That is why when we come here and tell you if nothing is done, we are going back to Moi. And Magoha, who passed today, confirmed on his last day when he was handing over, when he called Ruto President Moi. Then in his apology, he said, oh, you'll forgive me for calling him Moi because the other one ruled for 24 years. So it was a hidden message. We know how Moi became president and how he managed to rule for those 24 years. And we are exactly heading there. So that is why we cannot take chances. We cannot say that, oh, let us keep on giving him time. That one will not work. I can see Brother Bernard is also present. We welcome him. And let us hear from Kimere before we give it back to Bernard.
Thank you very much. How are you, everyone? Grateful to see all of you. Leo, very good. You're doing good job. Bernard, Brother Bernard, finally, I see you again, once in a while. Rhoda, my sister, how are you? Yeah, good? And Brother Njiro. Okay, I'm so grateful to be able to get in today. And yeah, I'm pleased, excited, I'm happy to have seen Uhuru Kenyatta today together with Raila Amolo Odinga. It was good. And because, as I always say, those of less faith judge quickly. That's always what happens. People have been blaming Uhuru here, there, because sometimes, when you are so silent, you create that vacuum. And when you create a vacuum, you give time for people to speculate what you might be thinking, what you are, what you are not. And so, but I know Uhuru is a very distinct person. And if he stands with something, he holds there. So I knew that he never, like many would like to say, just because he is silent, he has played Baba. I knew that it's not here nor there. So it's good anyway. At least that has cast a lot of doubt from a lot of people. So it's a good thing. Another thing, anyway, the celebrations for Magoha's life was okay. I liked what I saw there because, generally I don't watch Kenyan TV, but when I know there's such kind of events, I follow them, especially when I know Baba gonna be present, because that's what I follow. That's the only thing I follow in Kenya right now. Wherever Baba is, I know I will try to tune in and see what's happening. And I liked the stopover in Luada and in Kisumu. That was brilliant. So I'm hoping that more things are coming in the next few rallies. However, I would like to appeal to you guys, because I think yesterday or a couple of days, yesterday and today, we have been talking about this, trying to help these bungalow wananchi. We need to help these people. We need to appreciate them for whatever they are doing. I know many of us can't be there. Those guys are there. And when they are there, it means that they are representing us as well. Yeah. For whoever can't be there, those guys are there. They are our brothers and sisters, and they're there for the same cause as we are, because we always condemn the government, the illegitimate government that we don't recognize. So if there are people there who are trying to do this work, we can't all be in the front line. However, even when people go to battle, there are those who are in the front line, others are supporting behind. There are nurses. Nurses, for example, when people are injured at war, they are brought to the doctors and nurses. They heal them. They try to take care of them. So we are all part of it. So whoever is not in the front line must render their support in every way they can. So guys, support the Bungala Wananchi, because they are doing good work, and they have done a good work. They're doing a good work. So when you see people asking for help, donations and all those, let's all come together and chip in whatever we can. Every retro helps. But yeah, let's not just be people who talk and don't take any action. And when things go wrong, we are the first ones to blame and try to say what we could have done or what did or they didn't do. But when you interrogate yourself, you find out, oh, what did I do myself? I never did anything. So you are not in a position really to criticize others or do it or say anything. All right. Yeah. Sorry, Leo. I think did I go out of topic? Yeah, I mentioned
No,
about
you're all right.
Uhuru.
You're all right. You're all right. You're okay.
Okay. Oh, Nabi. I know Nabi skipped the ceremony, but that was in order really, because I think he would have been the odd one out in there. Who was the best? There wouldn't be any business for him being there, really, to represent what, the government or what? Magoha, they fired him anyway. He was out of the government. So I don't know. There because he was a former cabinet secretary, probably, but the current government has nothing to do with that. So I think they did the right thing, and they would just have embarrassed themselves if they were there. So I'm very happy that they weren't. Yeah. And again, guys, congratulations to our Bungala Wananchi. We support those guys, and we are very, very, very proud of them. Rhoda, my sister, you also chip in and support the Bungala Wananchi, all right? Tafadhali, eh? Yeah? I don't have your number. If I had your number, I would have called you myself personally. Yeah? So you are lucky for that. But
Okay, I can send for you here in.
I'll ask Bernard to do that for me. Yeah? Okay?
Can I talk?
He will send it in the private chat
Bernard
there, then you'll be able to get it.
You remember, Bernard, I said it for you. You have not added me in the group, and I'm always looking. My niece, my niece live in Kenya. She added me the WhatsApp. I thought, are you Bernard? She's no, it's your niece. Because I lost I broke my new telephone and I buy a new one. Then I lost all the numbers. So please, Bernard, add me because people like Kemeru. Actually, you live in not very far from me. We live in Yulu.
Rhoda, Kemere.
Ah, Kemere. Amuro is
And before I finish with my submission, I would like to thank all the guys, all the people who have helped the Bungala Nanchi and tried to to support this cause. I thank you, everyone who has helped them. I'm very grateful, and I thank them on behalf of the Bungala Nanchi guys. Thank you very much. Thank you, Leo.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your contribution and for really reminding others that we can stand for this cause. If you can't be on the front line, there are other ways in which we can be able to assist those people who are going to the front line by getting them water, by motivating them. And that is really good. We appreciate what you people are doing because we are the reason, we are the voice of those people who are outside there. And this channel really reaches them, and they know very well that if they have a problem and they raise it here, it will be sorted. Let me get it back to Brother Bernard. Bernard, karibu.
Okay, asante Leo. Thank you everyone, Lala, Kimere, Revolution Mind, Rhoda. It's awesome. Very, very eventful day today. Great revelations. I think the UDA propaganda is completely damaged. They have been always hiding behind Uhuru Kenyatta na mcheza mzee. Uhuru Kenyatta hayuko Azimio. Uhuru Kenyatta aliresign kutoka Azimio. Azimio imeisha, vyama zimetoka. Now I don't know what they will say. I'm waiting for what they will say. But at the end of the day, we need to to keep the focus. The Magoha funeral was excellent. I loved the presentation of the son. Uh, Hearing the voice of the father. Is in the Bible it says that a wise son makes a glad father, and is a product of the instructions of his father. And so it really came out very clearly that he's a true son of the father by him echoing the voice of the father. But also Uhuru Kenyatta coming out clean and painting the picture of how Dr. Magoha played a very major role in bringing about turnarounds in the Ministry of Education. Awesome, awesome. Of course, the Luo tradition, the Luo tradition of the cows and it was also a sight to behold. And Baba in that traditional Ligaria, eh, excellent, excellent. You feel the spirit in the atmosphere. But as at now, also salute the people in Luanda and of course Kisumu for coming out in a short notice, and they're overwhelming in their reception and their celebration. And that paints a picture of the state of the country. The country is for change. The country is for transformation. The country is not for the status quo at all. And if anything happens and there is a call for an election right now, I don't think even William Ruto can get 1,000 votes. It is terrible. And for that matter, we must push. We must push until we get our own cow. And I also love the way Baba asked, "Do we go for our cow or we do otherwise?" He said we must go get our cow. And so the message is the same. The message is clear. Let's just remain focused and do what is necessary to help the change in this great country. What I would not want to encourage is the hopelessness that the Kenya Kwanza people want to put on you in claiming that the train has left the station and nothing can be done about the route of presidency. Something can still be done, and change can start anytime. And so let's forge ahead to see to it that we delegitimize this illegitimate government properly and ensure that they pack and go, so that we can have our country back and be able to lead it aright. Leo explained on why William Ruto had to miss the function of the send-off of Dr. Magoha. That is, he would have been swallowed up in the light there. And since he wanted to be, or rather he would love to be the light and the center of attraction, he would not have commanded any in that kind of environment. And so he decided to stay alone and shine in his own light, in his own privacy. But as things stand right now, the country is gone with Raila Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta. And for that matter, whatever that William Ruto is up against is huge, He must not underestimate that, because his assumption of it is God and it is prayers may just leave him stranded in one corner somewhere. And so let's keep praying, let's keep working, and let's keep telling people to be alert and watch out for the very best. Don't be a quitter. Don't be the first one to give up. Be the last one to give in. Let us do the necessary to help the country move forward. Thank you very much. As you continue with the conversation, make sure you are inviting somebody to join. And if you are not a subscriber, please make sure you are a subscriber. We are live on Tembei official Facebook page, Tembei TV, Facebook profile and Mtembei TV YouTube channel, as well as the feed is on Sound Candid Talk. So make sure that you follow whichever that suits you, and make sure you are subscribing. Asante sana, Mungu awabariki. I will not stay long. I just came to greet you and then probably disappear, and then we'll link up later on. I also came to set the studio in order. Leo alikuja na afa akapata bendera ya Royal Ladies na akaendelea na Royal Ladies. The Royal Ladies are going to sue you for using their colors in propagating political agenda. All the same, it's awesome. It's awesome. Thank you so much for coming in good time and starting the show in good time. I want us to ensure that we keep the conversation notch higher and qualitatively. Okay, qualitatively. Don't degenerate the show into gossip. Let it remain factual and let it remain, progressive. The UDA guys, they are welcome in this place. Only that, don't let them sell propaganda. Don't give them free airtime to perpetuate lies. If they want to do that, they should buy that airtime by fully paying for the same. Thank you very much. Naona Alex amefika. Vipi Alex?
Mzuri Bernard, nipe dakika 2-3 hivi, kuna kelele hapa kuna ya watoto, so dakika 2-3.
Okay, so back to you, Leo.
Thank you so much, Bernard, for even changing the the colors. I came to realize that we were operating on some pink colors, so I was like checking on the date. I thought maybe it was Wednesday, ladies' night, na kuangalia napata hapana ni Saturday. So somebody requested to see how Magoha was given a traditional send-off. Somebody requested for that. I was checking if I had that video from Tembei. I think I have one. Sorry, not that one actually, but it is somewhere. I'll get it.
You are my number one. I am proud.
Yeah, for those guys who are asking, that is how Raila performed the Luo traditional funeral ceremony. That is how it is done to heroes, not everyone. Somebody is asking what Joey means. Joey is an animal, a buffalo. Huh? If I'm not wrong, Joey is a buffalo. So it's normally shouted when you want to praise somebody who is a hero. And I think you know what a buffalo is. Those are huge, respected animals. And no animal can stand when a buffalo gets out of water. So that is normally a shout out that is given. So don't confuse it with Joey and the other guy who had some case. And don't confuse the two. That is the heroic send off that he was given. And according to a Luo tradition, when somebody who is an elder or somebody who is respected passes, elders will always have to walk with some cows and bells and shout and they curse death and such things. It rarely happens nowadays, but on rare occasions for special people, I'm told it was done when people like Mboya passed, when Jaramogi passed, and we also saw it being done today. And each and every community have got their own way of sending their departed. So it reminded Kenyans of their culture. And Raila told those people who don't know, he referred them to a book written by somebody Mboya. So you can go to get that book, look for somebody called, I don't know, Ahmed Bulla. If you go to Noria stores, those people who buy books, you'll get it there and read more about the Luo culture. So for those ones who are saying ni uchawi, hiyo sio uchawi, ni kama ile wao unaona wazee wanafanyia mkumo and whatever. That's part of culture. So it shows that Magoha was respected and he was somebody who was supposed to be accorded the maximum respect that he deserved in the community. He done much to the community. And Raila told you, those people who used to claim that Magoha was not helping Luos, he told them that Magoha told him that the only way to help Luos and any other community in Kenya is to bring a level ground, do away with exam cheating, then the Luos will find themselves at top when things are free and fair. Yeah, so that is all. Somebody was asking that they did not get what Orengo was saying. Orengo's message was clear. It was directed to, I think, the Luo elected or those people who call themselves Luo leaders. He told them that your mother's house is your mother's house, however small it is, or even when it leaks during the rain. And as Luos, the only thing that defines Luos is not your name starting with zeros somewhere, but what defines a Luo is that, I don't know how I can get a better translation of it. There is normally what they call Nyadi. There is normally some kind of feeling that makes you not to kneel down or not to beg even when you are having a problem, but there's that pride in Luo that makes you become a Luo. You don't need to have a name starting with zero, starting with O, starting with A. Even if you are born in a Kikuyu and you find that pride in you, that rightful pride in you, then you automatically become a Luo by lifestyle. And he was also giving them a warning that you don't go and sit with people who are discussing your parents or people who are discussing your family. You don't sit together with the enemies. It is dangerous. You better keep off. So that was the message, and it was clear and home. So I think that one answers the people who are asking what transpired. So we are waiting for tomorrow. Somebody has asked where the meeting is. Tomorrow there will be a big meeting in Busia County. It's going to have all the Mulembe constituencies and the Mulembe counties. That is where the Mulembe are going to make the declaration that they are in full support of the movement and they are going to work together as Azimio and as Kenyans to ensure that Kenyans get what they want. So as people are demonstrating in Kiambu, by the time we reach the mountain, we'll find the mountain is already heated. So ni kuweka tu kuni mbili na chakula imeiva na Ruto anajiondoa. This time round, he is not going to eat. Chaharamu halita lika tena. Somebody also requested for a video. I'll start by showing you today's before I go to what happened yesterday. I have a minute video here.
Ndio hii bara yetu tutengenezewe. Tangu ibomolewe tumekaa miaka 4. Vumbi imetuzidia. Watoto wetu wote ni wagonjwa macho. Wazee wetu wa mama wakongwe wote wako kwa hospitali. Wanaambika kifua. Wote kifua zao zimefunga. Wakienda hospitali 10,000, 8,000 unaacha huko. Kiangazi ndio hii, hatuna unga, ndio hiyo tena ugonjwa. Na kama hii barabara ingebomolewa, hiyo ugonjwa ya kifua na macho hatungekuwa nayo. Sasa tunauliza sisi ni wanani? Hii barabara imetusubua ya kutosha na ndio maana tumetokea leo. Wakimwaga maji wanamwaga maji ya sewage sasa. Na kukiwa na korara na sewage ndio maji ile tunamwagia. Wanatujali kweli? Hawatujali hata.
Tuko hapa watu wa Tunu North na si furaha imetuleta hapa, ni kunugunika na kukasirika kwa sababu barabara hii ambayo iko hapa imetusumbua na vumbi, imejengwa miaka 4 haijaiisha. Wananchi wakaandamana na sisi wakatuita na tukakuja haraka sana, na mimi nashirikiana na wananchi kusema tunataka hii barabara imalizwe ndio watu waweze kupita kutoka Thika kwenda Magumu, na kwa sababu ya watoto ambao wanaenda shule, wagonjwa na biashara. Na hii vumbi mnaona wananchi wanakunywa hii vumbi kila siku, wanavuta hii vumbi kila siku na wangetaka iishe. Na tuko na bahati kwa sababu contractor yuko hapa mwenye amepewa kandarasi na pia resident engineer, na kwa hivyo
so those are the guys wenye waliambiwa tukiweka Biblia chini barabara itakuwa sawa. Ikifika Disemba mwaka huu kila Mkenya atakuwa na kadi ya NHIF. Sasa sijui hizi kadi za NHIF imefika mahali hata hazifanyi kazi hospitali, manake kina mama wanalia. Wakienda hospitali wanaitishwa pesa, ilhali Ruto aliwaambia akiweka Biblia chini hawataitishwa pesa. Sasa Wakenya wanajiuliza, ama Ruto hakuweka Biblia chini, mtu aweze kuenda kanisani kesho angalie ajaribu ampokonye ule Biblia aweke chini, pengine hiyo ndio itasaidia. Manake wamejaribu kungojea Biblia iliwekwa chini na hawaoni vitu na maji yanazidi unga na hawana la kufanya. Wengine hapa pia waliambiwa kutakuwa na pesa mfukoni, biashara itakuwa nywe, mahasla itakuwa ni pesa mfukoni na bottoms up. Ngoja tuone kama hii ndio bottoms up ama hii ni ups bottom.
Wanapasua gari ya wenyewe swali. Huko wanapasua. Simona amepasua hiyo Nissan. Imagine wanafunga pale?
Ndio, kwani kuna
maskari watakuja hapa.
Kwani wakikuja watakuua, wezi kupiga wakuue. Kitu mtakula tu ni tiaga, tafuta maji na chupa.
Yes, so that is not Kondele, that is not Homa Bay, that is not Migori, that is Limuru Road. And from the background, those are not Luos speaking. And one thing that I've heard one of the hustler there saying, askari wakikuja hawatakuua, watapiga tear gas, sasa tafuta maji ya kupanguza tear gas. That is enough to tell you that people are ready and they are even prepared to counter the tear gas. Ni kutafuta maji, even though Ruto told us that Luos are the ones watu wa kurusha mawe, but we've seen stones being thrown there. Hawajarusha mikuki pale ama kurusha risasi, ni mawe wamerusha. That is the state of the nation as things keep on increasing. Today, you are told that the cost of gas is no longer going to be 1,800, but it's going to be 2,600. You have to remember that chakula chenyewe huna, but now the gas that is supposed to be used in cooking that food has been increased. Chakula bado hujanunua. Sukari imeongezeka na 35%. Blue band sasa hatuwezi zungumzia. Mafuta ndio hiyo, unga ndio hiyo. Sasa Wakenya watakula nini? Hadi ile unga tulitengenezewa ya nyasi pia haionekani. That's the state. That is why Kenyans are tired and they are no longer going to give this government an opportunity. What you see are appointments that are not making sense. Today, I even saw some TikTokers. There's somebody called, the name starts with Azi, I don't know Azi what. This lady who's been dancing on TikTok. So those are the ones that are being given an opportunity alongside Churchill. Lakini wale mahasla, bado. Nyinyi bado mtangojea. Yeah, nyinyi bado mtangojea. So that is the country that we are having. That's the country that somebody is telling you that you need. Give this government time. We give them time. Each and every day they keep on disappointing. We no longer want to encounter, or we no longer want to get associated with the disappointment. We better treat this thing once and for all. We better tell these people to pack and go. We need justice for the country. Not only the electoral justice, but we also need economical justice. We cannot live on denominational prayers day in, day out. Prayers without action is dead. And we need to remind these people as they go about their prayers that they need to act to supplement their prayers. Their prayers are empty and they are no longer working. Rhoda, I think it is your turn. Huh?
Me, if I go back, me, I'm very honest. I don't like to because God wants us, me, I'm Christian, born again, and I learned to my dad, my late dad, I grew up in Anglican church, and we learn in the Bible, do not lie, do not steal. My dad was said, don't steal, and that's one who make me keep the way I am. I could not be the way I am. Though I have seen people foreigner coming here, they start to steal, they are in the jail. Some people, they lie, and most of the people, in fact, to be smart is to speak the truth. And if, for example, if you want to be real, you have to be honest. And if you want people to respect you, you must be honest. For me, I don't believe Raida was praying for the Baba. And people who are spreading that propaganda are people from Rift Valley, Caribbean community. So I don't believe propaganda that, if I lie, then the enemy will take advantage of us. The enemy usually, when we lie, that's the enemy, because we cannot stop to do what we do here, because we are coming here to deliver our country. I do pray for my own part. I pray for my country. I pray for our former president. I pray for Raila Odinga. I pray for my country. I pray what I feel, my heart, and what I feel. So me, I've been praying for our former president, because after he retired, things was not going well the way, because Ruto, his work was doing only punish him, and Uhuru have not done anything to Ruto, nothing. We know, like me, I live in democracy country. This country I'm living, there is a party, there's an opposition, there is a party. You can be any party you want. You can be opposite. Some people, they used to move, but you don't buy any party. You don't buy any party, and I don't believe that's kind of stupidity. So right now, Uhuru, for me, I'm very happy the handshake came, because you remember 1969, Jomo Kenyatta was in Kisumu. There is an issue that we are discussing. I think we have a Kikuyu and Luo, they have a something problem. We have a conflict with the Luo community. Even me, when I was young, I didn't like Luo community. I was very tribal to Luo community. Maybe because of the Kenyatta have a conflict. I don't know what was going on. 1969, he was speaking in Kisumu. I'm very happy that Uhuru Kenyatta, that handshake, for me, it had been very important. I remember in my village, there's one girl was married with the Luo man. Her parents, they could not accept her. You know why? because she's a Luo. Oh, I don't like that culture. Oh, can you imagine they didn't, they could not. And this guy was working in Kenyatta Hospital, and they could not. So I was asked, why do I didn't understand. We are all Kenyans. When I was young, I was maybe young teenage. No, I was in primary school. So I'm very happy that Uhuru Kenyatta, he bring us together with the Luo community. It's something I don't take for granted. I'm very happy. I'm very proud with the Uhuru Kenyatta. He bring us together, because nowadays there was a lot of women, Kikuyu women, they have been married with the Luo. They didn't have can you imagine they have to go to the sub chief? I remember that village I come from. They were going for the sub chief to case that case. Why are you going to be married with the Luo? Why? I don't like those culture, like the way they do the culture today about the female, but he told us they do the culture for the big people like Magoha and Tomboya. Those people are more like high in your community. Every community, there's a people, we respect them. Yeah, and I know some Luo community, how they do in the female also. So I'm very happy that we can unity. We come very far. Luo community from even Kenyatta when he was a president. I'm very happy. But people, they didn't understand, and these guys, Uhuru and Raila, they'll never be separate. They have been together all the time because they can, and I know Raila will bring Kenyans together. The way they are going those rallies is to bring us together. They will go to the mountain. People, the mountain, Kenya. For many years ago, I was very surprised. I'm very happy. So nobody can sell me that propaganda that Uhuru was. Let me tell you, Uhuru was supported at 100%. Even he came openly. He didn't hide. He came openly. So people bring the propaganda. They try to confuse us, not focus what God have called us. Because God have called us, like me, God have called me to be here in Potebei TV to deliver our country. People in my country, they can have heart about others. They can see things like God see us in heaven, and to see things what God have seen in our life. Because God have future for Kenya. God have love Kenya. God love Africa. God love America. God love the world. He love everybody. He love our country. We have been blessed with many things, but we don't see. Even to have a children, that's a blessing from heaven. But ours is blind. Like I used to see like the history from America, like Martin Luther King when he went Washington DC. He said black people and white people, they need to be treated the same, because those days black people, they're not supposed to go to school. And that voice, Martin Luther King, he was an evangelist. That voice, he make it in Washington DC. It changed one person. It changed people's life. He said, we go jail together. We die together. We cry together. Can you imagine? They go jail together. We started together. And from that time, it came freedom in America. And from right now, black people, they have the same rights with the white people. Sometimes even here, when we come here, this message we talk here, it can come even 200 years. Like the way Martin Luther King, I used to listen what he was speaking. In America, white America, Mexico, they used to celebrate him every year. Even this country I'm living, he win the Nobel Prize because what he did to make a life, to change. I'm here to change my country. I want to make this world more better. I want to change this world more lighter than the way it is. I told you I used to pray for the Russia. One time God spoke to me, pray for the Putin. And I know one time I could like to meet him live and I talk with him, stop fighting. You have peace. I talk with him and I pray for him. And I could feel even his soul. I can feel his heart. And God spoke to me, pray for him. People, they say, I pray, we don't like him. But me, I pray for him. I pray for him, and that president of Ukraine, they meet together. They hold hands together. They forgive each other. Even I told one church here, let us pray for the Ukraine and Russia. And that's because they go missionary in Russia.
Thank you, Rhoda. Thank you. I like the way you are always passionate in reminding Kenyans that we need to do away with the racism and tribalism, and that message gets home. And Rhoda has never failed to remind you that tribalism is wrong and you need to live together as brothers and sisters. Ondieki, you're asking about the bandits. I started by saying that it is true that today the bandits attacked police officers along the Kitale Lodwar Road. The police convoy, they killed 3 police officers and injured several. But what we know happens is that Kindiki keeps on giving them threat or voice note. And we are reminding William Ruto to tell Kindiki to go and send them another voice note. It seems the voice note that they were given last week expired. But let Kindiki this time round not instead of just sending a voice note, let him accompany that voice note with an emoji. Maybe this one will have to communicate and resonate well with these bandits who seem to be enjoying the government free Wi-Fi. That is what we've been doing, and I'm told that that man, they call it, the bandits call him MCA, yeah, the Mount Kenya Church Association soprano man. You know, this guy doesn't know anything in security. And as I said earlier, this man was strategically placed there by Ruto for what is called the 2027 succession politics. Ruto knew very well from the onset when this man challenged to become the deputy president, and they had to drop him and replace him with the Gachagua. So Ruto knows very well Gachagua is brainless and he can be able to control him. Gachagua cannot outshine him. So he knew this man from Meru or Embu will be able to challenge him in 2027 and will be politically strong. So the only thing he has to do is to kill his political future. And how do you kill his political future? Give him a ministry that he knows nothing about. Then Kenyans will have to automatically hate him. And I can tell you that in the next 3 years, nobody will want to associate with Kindiki, not even his village mates, because they are going to see him as a total failure. And he will not manage a comeback politically. And that is how Ruto will remain to be the Mount Kenya kingpin, as he always dreams of. And that is the politic of Ruto. He believes that he should be the brightest man in a room. So he doesn't associate with intellects. That is why even today he will not attend Magoha's burial. He wants to be the only star shining in a room where there is darkness. So he will rather work with crooks and fools and I don't know how I should call them. He would rather work with the quacks like Sudi, whereby he will be seen as the only brightest person in that room, than work with people like Magoha or people who can think straight. So Kindiki was taken there intentionally to kill his career and kill his political light, never to rise again. And that is why Kindiki has got nothing to do. He accepted to die politically. He's going to die politically, and nobody will be able to think and talk of Kindiki in the next 2-3 years. Bandits keeps on attacking each and every time, and they're not scared. I think they enjoy when Kindiki give them some voice notes. Yes, Kimera. Unmute yourself.
Sorry, yeah, I know. I couldn't find the cursor. Anyway, 2 points of collection. Leo, sorry for interrupting you, because I would like to correct you in 2 points, actually. One, about Kidiki. And I know you are free to say anything, but here it would be so disappointing for you to say that in 3 years people would reject Kindiki. We don't want to hear about 3 years, because if we say that this government is illegitimate, we expect them to go the soonest. So 3 years is like an abuse to us. You understand what I mean? So
I really get you, and I apologize for even giving him 3 years. 3 years is too much.
Exactly, because we would really hope that they don't even last in the next 6 months. So no 3 years. Another thing, you also were explaining about in the Luo tradition thing that happened today when Raila was initiating the process, yeah, about the warrior or whatever it was. And even there, you shouldn't really waste time explaining about what this African culture is, because everyone in this forum or whoever declares or thinks they are Kenyan, they are Africans. So whoever thinks that the tradition is a Uchawi thing, then just don't waste your time responding to those people. You understand? So some people just are time wasters, and people want to, people associate themselves with this Western world too much, because if you are an African, you are an African. If you believe that the Western ways are the best, then just don't classify yourself as an African. But if you're an African, there's no need of explaining the African culture, because you should know it in the first place. Those are the two things that, because they're important things for people who identify themselves as Kenyans or as Africans. Some things are just natural and straightforward. Yeah. So those are the things I wanted to call upon before you proceed. Another thing is okay, Bernard, before he left, he actually gave us some kind of orders, if so I could say, about. I understand Bernard is so diplomatic and democratic, but I don't know. My personal opinion is we shouldn't give any airtime to the Yuda guys, because he says, okay, so long as they are respectful, we can accommodate them. But I mean, why should we? I rest it there, but then I'll come in later for other things. I just wanted to highlight those three issues. Thank you so much, Leo.
Thank you so much for that clarification and correction. Actually, talking of 3 years is a joke taken far. This government should not even have been given the 4 months that they've enjoyed. They ought to have left as soon as possible. Revolutionary mind, nimekufikia.
Okay, thank you. Now, I wanted to a little bit now talk about the lifestyle in Kenya and what is happening because of politics. I think I think there are some people who say that politics have consequences, and choices have consequences. I think it was the first person to tell us that in Kenya was Carson. There's a guy called Carson. When we had just elected, sorry, people with ICC issues. So again, we have now consequences here from the government, which we have, the government of the day. There is something which I always ask myself. What is the role of a government? Because it seems like many Kenyans don't understand what is the role of the government. The job of a government is to give you a smooth life, if I may say. When we talk about smooth life, is that you have good roads, you can pass on the roads, there is security, you can take your kids to good schools, not to schools, to good schools. You have a good medical care. You can get sick. You can go to a good hospital, not to a hospital, a good hospital. Underline the word good. And so they are supposed to forget about the rhetorics and the other things we say. The bottom line opportunity, or the reason why we go to vote and elect a government, is to make our life better. Yes, we know they need resources to do it. They need to tax us. And they need to do a lot of things. So, sorry, I have a small cough, but I will finish my statement before.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Generals don't die of coughs, or coughs don't keep them
Yeah,
away
so
from the service. Huh?
so now what I was saying is we now have a government which wants to tell us that what we should worry of is politics. No, a government is supposed to do delivery, and if the government is functioning, you don't need a rally. You start looking at your bank account. You start looking at how your children look. You start looking at your health. You start looking at how fed you are. It is visible. A government which is working doesn't need a rally to tell you what they have done to you. You have indicators. You have parameters. You have the comfort index improving along the way. So we have specific things which can tell you the feel of a government. So what I was trying to say here is that I don't know, there is some noise. It's from where? Okay, that's okay. So what I what I was saying is that let's now look at the quality of life in Kenya along the drain. I understand because of inflation and how life changes from generation to generation. The cost of goods has to continue increasing. I understand that. The way you used to buy items in 1970 is not the amount of money you will spend in 2020, because the amount of income is changing. That is the value. But again, even as those things are changing, they have to be gradual. They cannot be done instant. Like, for example, there is no methodological framework which is understandable to me, which can increase a value of 200 to 2,000. There is no methodological framework which can tell me how you want to increase the cost of unga from 100 to maybe 250. Yes, we appreciate increases if they are there, but they have to be minute. And as even you raise the cost of living, the same time you are also working on the amount of money people are getting. You are working on minimum wage bills. You are working on increasing more jobs so that people can get money. You are working on the private industries to be good. You are working on industrialization so that you reduce the amount of imports coming to your countries, so that you can stabilize your foreign exchange. So all those things have to work in unison. But sometimes I don't know if these people don't know what they are doing, or it is methodological. And I think, to me, it is methodological, because these people have knowledge, and they and they have information of doing the right thing. To me, I think we are being held at ransom. We become poor. We become people who cannot afford life, so that a certain clique can rule us forever. It cannot be analyzed in any other way. There is no any concept in which people are becoming poorer than they were yesterday. It boils down to one thing: somebody wants to impoverish you, somebody wants to make you not afford life, so that they can rule you forever. We have to reach a level. You see, in every country, they even count the number of billionaires they are getting in a year. They count the amount of people who are exiting poverty. They count the amount of jobs created every month. They have like jobs data. In Kenya, do we get this data? Like last month in January, how many new jobs did they create? Have they given us those data? How many millionaires are we creating apart from political ones? How many innovators are we building? We have to get serious. And we can only get serious if we have people with principles, ethics, and they can understand what the common monarchy is saying. They understand the basic principles. But when you are watching the TV, the only thing you are hearing is these people have migrated from this political party. No one is keen to come up with the policies, principles of handling cost of living, how we can farm better, because we should not be complaining of rain now. Ati kila saa ati hakunyeshi ndio hatuna chakula. No, there is a concept to go beyond rain. So, and that's why you are electing somebody to think beyond rain. You are electing somebody to think beyond poverty. You are electing somebody to think beyond your problems so that they can help you solve the problem. And we have leaders who have ever solved the problems in the past, in the future, in different countries. Singapore is a model, and some other countries, Japan, China. We cannot continue in a rabbit lifestyle forever. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A revolutionary reminder for that. We cannot be complaining of the same problems every now and then. We know very well we don't have rain. Instead of thinking irrigation or thinking of what other alternative farming sources, but we are still thinking of giving people fertilizers to keep in their houses as they wait for rain, when we are not sure it is going to rain. That is where we are getting it wrong. You clearly see it is dry season, there is no rainfall, and you keep on saying that now I'll not give you the subsidy on food, instead I'll give you fertilizers to wait for the rains. That is why if drought hits for 2 consecutive years, our population is going to be wiped like never before, because we don't think ahead. We have a government sees you people as voters. They only see you as vulnerables that they can keep on manipulating and cheating and giving some hopes that are no longer there. If we cannot stop them, then this is what they are going to do. It is going to be a trend. We are going to be used as items of trade. They'll be calling you hustlers when they need your vote. Once they land there, then they regroup themselves and start awarding themselves. The people they were telling you were the enemies who are not paying taxes are the ones who will get rewarded, and they ask you to keep on paying more tax. How? Today I was surprised to see that Atwoli wrote a letter that the workers, how do you call it, this office in Kikomba, that they've welcomed the increase in NSSF. So I was like, how? How does that one happen? Kotu welcomes the increased or the revised amount that is supposed to be paid. Though the court, I think they have 14 days to appeal. If it is not appealed, then the deductions will start immediately from your salary. At the same time, you're telling the ECD teachers that they're going to be earning 7,000. So it reaches a time when Kenyans will now be telling the government, no, from my salary, just take the salary and give me the tax, because the tax is more than what you are remaining with. So we'll start requesting that the government leave you with the tax, then they take the salary. Jeremani karibu.
Asante Leo. And I wish to, first of all, start by recognizing the presence of Revolutionary Mind and Rhoda. I don't have much to share at this point. I wanted to just make sure the fire is burning and we are, and that you know that we are present listening, and we appreciate the good work you're doing, Leo. I wanted to maybe go off script slightly, following something I saw from the show by Spice FM, the morning show. And I saw Abdullahi Ahmed Nasir, the lawyer, say Chitembwe is not the worst judge that the judicial system has seen. He went as far as saying that there was judges than him. And for him to say that, having been a classmate of Justice Chitembwe, I found it very telling, because it says that the judicial system is broken and likely irrevocably. And I say this with great concern because it appears to me, sorry, allow me to adjust the phone so that I've
It's
seen
okay.
comments. Okay, I've seen comments saying I'm not audible. Bear with me. I've put my volume at maximum. I'm coming closer to the microphone, hoping you can hear me. So
You are now clear. You can proceed, yeah.
thank you. So my concern was the comments that Ahmed Nasser made, because I remember Ahmed Nasser was involved in the aftermath of the judicial surgery, and he was involved in getting a new judiciary that was clean. And the comments that he made on radio, which I find that surprisingly no one is talking about, tells of a very, very broken judicial system. And if the judicial system is broken to the extent with which Ahmed Nasir pointed out, why do we still have the judiciary? Why don't we take proactive moves, even if it's not the same radical surgery that was conducted in 2003, but have some form of surgery that will restore faith in the justice system? Because the justice system is maybe the ultimate backbone of the social structures we have in Kenya. If anyone has a problem with the executive, you run to the judicial or to the judiciary. If there's a problem between the Senate and the National Assembly, they will run to the judiciary. If the fourth estate is also in problems with any arm of government, they will run to the judicial or judiciary. And if the system is broken, as we now see and confirmed by people who are practicing like Ahmed Nasir within that system, then it is a high time that we stopped everything else we are doing and focus in that area and say, why can't we have a judicial system that works for all? I say this with great concern because a few days ago I also had, maybe it was yesterday or the day before, I had Bernard say the fourth estate of the mainstream media are going to the Azimio rallies, but they're only showing the dais and not showing the crowds. And Bernard alluded to them being muzzled. They might have received some warning not to show the crowds, because showing the crowds, as Bernard said, would likely indicate the popularity of the Azimio initiatives, or would likely also show the discontent that government, the people of Kenya have with government. And if that is the case, then that the fourth estate is also muzzled. Remember, it's fourth estate for a very good reason. We have three arms of government, then we have the fourth estate. If the fourth estate is also not, or let me use the term directly, is fearful of the executive, then we also have another problem there. It means we have a broken judicial system, then we have a muzzled fourth estate. So we are left with the executive and parliament. Now, as we have seen, evidence is showing that this has also been spoken of recently, that some legislators are being bought. Some legislators are also showing open favoritism towards government. And when that is the case, then the question becomes, how will the exercise of oversight be conducted if you're openly showing favor with government, or not government, but the executive, an arm of government that you ought to oversight, how will you exercise that function or that role? Then we're now left with the executive as the only arm of government that is supposed to spearhead the aspirations of all the people of Kenya, regardless of party standing. And I'm fearful to say that it appears there's no hope going forward then. I wish to rest on that point, Leo. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeremiah, for that great concern. It is true. If you hear somebody telling you that the judiciary has lost its image and it is redeemable, it's really worrying, because we only have three major arms of the government. That is judiciary, executive, and a legislature. And at any time that any of these arms are at loggerhead with the other one, it is the judiciary that always has to come in and interpret and give direction. So if the only organ that is supposed to be giving direction is lost, then we are lost as a nation. Because similarly, if you look at the current happenings, the executive has pocketed the legislature. That is why you see the MPs are there, and they've been reduced to merely rubber stamps who will always be stamping and confirming the minds and the thoughts and the wishes of the executive, which is headed by the president. So if we have a situation whereby the legislature has been pocketed, then the judiciary is also rotten, then nobody is going to help Kenyans. The only hope that we have besides the parliament is normally judiciary. And if the judiciary cannot be able to help Kenyans, we cannot be able to redeem our judiciary, then it means we are finished. We have got nowhere to run to. That is why most Kenyans are currently calling and they are recalling back their sovereign power so that they can be able to exercise it directly. That is why if Raila calls a meeting today, everyone will have to attend, because they know the judiciary that they can run to represent their grievance is no longer there. So the only place they can take their problems is through public consultative meetings that are taking place. So that is the situation we are in right now. And if we are not careful, we are going back where we were 40 or 30 years ago. Some of us, we were not maybe old enough, or some of us were not even born, but at least we had. If we did not have maybe parents or people who lived during those regime, we read it somewhere, and history can be used to predict the future. So once again, allow me welcome everybody on board, the ones who are following through the YouTube. We are having Mutembei TV YouTube, and the ones who are following us through the Facebook. We are live on two pages, Mutembei Official and Mutembei TV Facebook page. I can see people are watching us from across the world, from across the country, and I can see a new follower from somewhere called Nyabarvilla. I don't know if this is an hotel or a restaurant in a village open right now in Denga, Northwest Ugenya, Siaya County. These guys were there when Baba was in the game, and I know some of them, because they're neighboring to Busia, will be able to attend and represent us there. Ken, I'm told you keep on deleting your comments. So if they are lies, you can go ahead and delete them. But if you truly believe in what you are typing, you have got no reason to delete it, unless you are trying to deceive people. So when they find that you're deceiving, you keep on deleting. Welcome everybody, the ones who are joining us now. We've been here and we are still here. So karibu sana na ukaribisha wengine, na muwe mukija hapa kila siku. Masaa ni kama zenye tuko saa hizi, huwa tuko kila siku. Sisi hatupumziki, tutapumzika wakati tutapata ukombozi na kuregesha Kenya katika njia inayofaa. Karibu sana Siren Maluki, sijui unatutazama ukiwa wapi, tumepokea salamu. Wacha nimkaribishe Big J alafu tuende kwa Insights Kenya, pia naona amejiunga nasi. Big J, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Leo. Roda, nakuona revolutionary mind, Jeremiah na Insight KE. Jeremiah, umeongea vizuri. I think some time back I spoke almost this. I mean, we had the same discussion. Najua ile kitu imefanya President Uhuru Kenyatta akadharauliwa ni media. There was a fight between President Uhuru and the media. You know what they did, Leo? Walikuwa naleta, like, if they have a show in the morning show, zile morning shows are Citizen TV, mostly KTN na NTV. Watu walikuwa wanakuja wanatusi the president, the sitting president, like wanamtusi in TV. And the TV did not do anything, because when the mainstream TV, which is watched internationally, mtu anakuja a senator ama governor, MP, anamtusi Uhuru. That's why actually Uhuru is being disrespected. That being disrespected came through mainstream media. It was like a campaign. And there's some time back I talked about that, and I think nobody got it. I mean, haikueleweka vizuri. So media, unajua media ni watu wana, I don't know, because ukijaribu kuangalia the mainstream media ya Kenya, they are always doing for example, wanatupatia news, the present news. Na hiyo news ikiisha, that is it. They don't follow up. Hata kama kuna kesi kotini ambayo very important case, it's rarely wanaileta. Only the first day wanatuonyesha, but after all wanasahau. Yani they are very lazy. Sijui ni laziness ama ni ubaguzi, sijui ama ni, I don't know. But the Kenyan mainstream media, they are not really they are always on the side of the government. Anyway, Leo, this week I've observed a few things. I'm sorry. I will little bit talk about Jubilee. Mimi sio mtu wa Jubilee, but there is things that I've observed since the departure of Jubilee MPs who went to State House to see Ruto. You know, I've never seen hypocrisy of the highest level like the hypocrisy that Ruto holds. Ruto ni mtu mwingine akona hypocrisy ingine hata sijui inakuagaje. Ukichunguza vizuri, it's childish. Childish. Can you imagine? Ruto told us that Jubilee is dead. Not once, not twice, not thrice, many times. He said Jubilee is dead. But now, that same Ruto is going to revive that Jubilee from the coven, or from the morgue, or from wherever Jubilee is buried, to revive it and use Kina Sabina Jege and Kanini Kega to fight President Uhuru. I had two observations on the same. One, if at all it's true what Babu Owino said, that President Uhuru played Raila. If it's true, because I don't know, truly speaking, I don't know, I cannot tell. But this is the time we will understand if Uhuru played Raila in this case. One, the reason why I'm saying that is because if it happens that Kinakanini Kega and Canaan, they took over Jubilee, then we will understand that Uhuru played Raila. So we are waiting to see the decisions that former president will do to save or to make a decision about the Jubilee Party. I've been observing and I've watched many movies. I mean, not movies, but the news about that war between Kanini Kega, Sabina Chege, and with the other Kina Jeremiah Kioni. So Kenya, we are at our own. And the last time I told you guys, ladies and gentlemen, that the only person who will stand for us is Baba, because Baba knows what he wants for the country, not for himself, because he's already had everything. He has been fighting for this liberation of this country, this second liberation for long, and he knows. So I think, of course, it's true what Jeremiah said about the media. Hawaonyeshi the crowds of the because by the way, Leo, Ruto is trying many things to destabilize those meetings. One, ndio unaona alichukua kina Jalango, so that na aka install lao sijui jeshi la Baba through the back door, to cause that confusion. That's why even yesterday we said here, Leo, we said here now, we need to talk to our people. We don't have any discussion with UDA people, because campaign ilisha. We have to talk to our people. Our UDA, they come here, they discourage our people in the ground. Na unajua siku hizi wametoroka, hii ni show ya morning, wanaendaga ile ya kina ya morning, inaitwaje? morning teachers.
Yeah, wanakujanga asubuhi kama kuna Temba na Makiadi.
Siku hizi wametoroka hii kwa sababu tuliwafukuza, by the way. Tuliwafukuza because we told them we don't need them. Why do we need them? Because we are not campaigning for anybody. We are just enlightening our people as big people. Sasa siku hizi wametoka hapo, wanaenda kwa kina Temba. Na tutawafuata hapo, by the way. Kwanza leo ninawangojea. Tutawafuata hapo tuwafuruge. We don't need them. Because we are talking to our people, enlighten, kuwapatia information about the meeting, about what is needed, tukihitaji mchango. I mean, because we need a lot of things. We need communication. Because that is what actually Ruto is doing. Anajaribu juu chini watu wasikuwe enlightened. But that we are not going to, Leo, we are not going to accept surely. Hatuwezi kuwa hata sisi tukue kama mainstream media, tunaenda tunapiga dias peke yake, tupigi picha the other side. We are not like that. Because we have been fighting for this tulikuwa before election. We have been here talking to our people. So we cannot desert them this very important moment that they need information. So we have to be we have to be candid. We have to stand still. Leo, I know you're a strong man. And Bernard. That's why Bernard doesn't accept wakilete vitu kama hii, anawaambia pana, it's not here. And I know you also, Leo, you are a strong person. Because you know what you want, you know why you are here. All of us, we know why we are here. We are not here because of our self-interest. Hakuna kitu, we don't pay you, we don't pay Bernard. Hakuna mtu anawalipa, because you love your country. You are doing it for your country. So we are doing it for our country because we love our country. Because if the economy is good at home, hata mimi nikiwa mahali I'm comfortable. Saa hii niliona jana ilikuwa 136 a dollar. Hiyo inakuwaga ni sterling pound. Hata euros ilikuwa kitambo ilikuwa around 90 hapo mpaka 100. So we need Leo Roda. She's always a very ubaya tu ya Roda ni ile anakuwa very emotional. You have to be a strong person, Roda. Don't shout, just tell them the truth. You know, when you shout, nobody will listen to you. Roda, you are a strong lady. I want you to continue what you are doing. You are a very strong lady, but I want you to control your temper and tell them the truth. Yani waambie, unajua ukiongea words, let them get those words coming from you. Because if we shout, then you are not understanding. It's shouting much. Unajua hapa mahali niko kuna competition inaitwa shouting. Mnapiga kelele kweli, yani who can make up the biggest noise. So I want all of us, because tuko katika we have the same ideal. Jeremiah, we want to make our country better. Ukituma while you are $200, unajua inafika $200. People are suffering at home. I'm telling you, Leo, per day I receive more than 200 calls. Na hakuna call hata moja ya kuniuliza unaendeleaje. Ama nothing. Niko na shida, mtoto mgonjwa, hospitali, shule, mostly shule, sasa vile shule zilifunguliwa. It's very hurting. Because wakulima, unajua wengi wetu kama sisi tulisomea pesa ya ukulima. Kuuza ng'ombe ama mahindi, ngano, wale wako na ngano, wale wako na wakulima. 99% I think of Kenyan wamesomea pesa ya shamba ama ukulima. Na hiyo ukulima ndio hiyo imemalizwa, it's no longer there. Kiangazi ndio hiyo imemaliza ng'ombe ya Wamasai. They don't have, hakuna ng'ombe. Wamasai hawana ng'ombe. So what are we doing here? Na unataksiwa mpaka maji ya kunywa, maji unajua kwa Kimasai tunasema ati maji ni ya fisi because it's just outside there. Kuna kitu unaweza nyima mtu lakini huwezi nyima mtu maji. Mtu hata adui yake akikuja ukitaka kumuua kuambia umpatie maji, utampatia maji. I've never seen a government like this. So we have to be focused. We have to be ourselves. Hiyo binafsi watu wamekuwa nayo. Mtu unafikiri 50 million utakula mpaka siku ngapi? While your people are suffering. Your children of course they are going to, wengine wanaenda UK kusoma, which is good. But what about your cousins? Because you cannot take the whole family to UK. You cannot. Or China, because people are taking because they are getting that envelope, 50 million. They take their children outside or private schools. Alafu mtu anatuambia afanye university siwe private, na private schools zenyewe imekuwa ni kidonda sugu katika nchi ya Kenya. People are spending too much for that education. Of course the level is different, but they have to do something to manage the government schools ama university so that they can up their game. Leo unataka kuniambia ati hiyo shati yako ukikunywa kahawa imwagikia hapo juu, unatoa hiyo shati unaitupa badala ya kuiosha uweke kakitu ndio hiyo kahawa itoke, ama kama ni hata labda ulikuwa unachinja mbuzi damu ikaenda kumwagia na mwagikia. So you just wash that one. Si ati unatupa shati. So what Ruto is telling us is that ati kwa sababu kulikuwa na, if there is corruption, plug out those corrupt, because you're the master of corruption. Hakuna mtu corrupt hajui Kenya. That's why kwanza Ministry of Education aliacha huyu mama anaitwa nani kwa nini? Have you ever asked yourself anaitwa nani huyu? Anaitwa I forgot her name. Anaitwa nani leo?
UP
Minister of Education.
Magoha.
Njuguna anaitwa Njuguna Ndung'u ama somebody.
Yeah.
Anaitwa nani? There is a lady there.
Yeah? I can't call the name, maybe I check. Ako kwa Ministry of Education, yeah?
Yes, she's ndiye anahusika na
No, the Juguna is a Minister of Treasury. I don't know the second name. Treasury Juguna.
Sio huyo.
Treasury anaitwa Juguna. Education I don't know. I don't know what is his name. I know only the minister.
Watu wa comments watusaidie huko chini. So, kwa nini aliacha huyo mama? Alisema education iko na shida. there's corruption. Kwa nini aliacha huyo mama akatoa kina Magoha? You see, alitoa wale wote ambao wako straightforward. Anybody who was working well was removed. So he put his people that he can control to manage on how to loot. Of course, there have been corruption everywhere. Na anajua because he was in that government for 10 years. Kazi kwa vijana, he knew kulikuwa na watu wa upepo. They were paying some youth who are not there. It is because the system they put was not working well. So badala ya kutoa hiyo kazi kwa vijana at this very difficult time, angejaribu juu chini atoe hiyo corruption. Ajue ni nani huyu, because they are the educated people at IT. Angepatia watu kama Safaricom inafanya kazi, kwa nini kazi kwa vijana isifanye kazi? Safaricom it's doing very well. M-Pesa, mtu unatumia mtu M-Pesa na inaingia vizuri. So at times you see what this government is doing. It's not a government, this club. That's a club. It's a club. It's a club leo. It's not a country anymore. Wakati mimi walianza kufanya biashara ya Shylock, niliwadharau to my shoes. Chini huko mali na kanyagia chini. A Shylock government. Badala wangefanya is they could have done something different. That means they could have supported those money banks and internet money services. Watengeneze the laws and the rules that can control so that they will not cheat people, because they were saying at wars you wanadanganya, so that they cannot. They lower the bank loans. So I think they were complete not people who are ready to lead the country, and we are not going to accept it. Not now, not tomorrow. We are going to fight. And again, Leo, I was sijui kama uliona agreement the agreement ya Azimio. Have you read it?
I saw it. Let me look for it. I think there is a video on the declaration, no?
Yeah. So you also that I don't know what happened, because that document we did not see it from the beginning. But when I see it yesterday, I realized that that agreement was only for parties for 6 months. So after 6 months, they can do what they want, which is okay. Because now, actually, when we talk about parties, Jubilee kuna wajumbe wangapi? You know, what we need is the local people. Tunaita the fourth estate. And we have to enlighten them. That's why we are here. We have to enlighten them because we don't have a court. Wale wezi, wale waliiba kuku, kuna jamaa alishikwa ameiba kuku, kuna jamaa alikuwa ameiba ng'ombe, wamefungwa miaka 6-7. Lakini kuna jamaa amekataa kulipa taksi ya serikali bilioni 200, amerudishiwa pesa yake na akaandikwa kazi. Kuna jamaa aliua mtu, ameshikwa milele, atakufa gerezani. Lakini kuna wawili wameua watu na wamepatiwa kazi ya serikali. Mwingine ni mbunge na mwingine ni CS. Na wameua watu. So are those not a real issue? I mean, reasons that we should not accept this government, because it's not for all Kenyans. They only need wale walikuwa naita sijui hustlers wa kupiga kura. Lakini wakati wa kufika pale vile Leo amesema, you have spoken about that earlier. They only need these hustlers wakihitaji kura, lakini wakifika mahali ya kugawa mkate wanawatupia vile walikuwa narushia. This government, this club ilituonyesha from the beginning. Niliona ni Murang'a ule women rep alikuwa anatupia Wakikuyu chakula mkate kwa birthday yake, anawatupia kama kuku. na niliona pia inaitwa Kiambu, the same thing happened na those ladies. Yani, they don't see those people as human, wanawaona kama hawa takataka. So that is why leo wanajaribu juu chini kupitia media, don't show the crowds of these people. But we are telling them here, let us just do what we can do, because we are the last person that we have to help us is Baba. And this is the right time that he's still moving. Let us just support him and do what we can do. Thank you, Leo. Let me just, I'm here.
Thank you so much. I do agree with you, and I think we can use this channel very well to reach out to people who believe in democracy, people who believe in changing this country, and the people who are ready to change this country. The problem that people suffer outside there is a lack of knowledge and lack of information. And we cannot depend on the mainstream media, and you all know it. And they normally say if you do something in a political communication, they will tell you that when we buy the newspapers, we don't buy news when we buy newspapers. Instead, we buy judgment. So this is what happens. By the time you're buying those newspapers from the mainstream media, you're not buying news. News already is outside there. What you're buying is judgment. So if they are not against this cause, they are going to give it a negative judgment. So anybody who watches this mainstream media will have to buy their judgment or to buy their perception. But because we have a channel whereby we can speak it raw, we can say it the way it is without editing, we can come up with some educative programs. We can be able to organize this channel in a manner that it gives people some educative topics on their rights, number one, educative topics on how to counter a rogue government, how to go about when you want to do things like secession, you want to do things like revolution, you want to organize yourself so that you can communicate to the government and have got some impact that will make the government allow your way or get out of your way. We can do it here. We can be having programs whereby we just educate people. We tell them, look, it is your right to do this and this and this and this. You can organize yourself like this and that. So with that, I'm telling you, we are going to achieve. And I think even the Azimio are wise. They did not just call people to the street and tell people that we are going to demonstrate, we are going to State House. They were wise enough to say that we are first of all going to have a meeting with the people. And you'll agree with me that the more these guys are meeting, the more people are getting interested in joining the movement. It started with Kamukunji. It went to Jacaranda. It went to Kamukunji. Yeah, it was in Mavoko. I didn't expect people to be in Machakos the way I saw them yesterday. Today, they were just warming up. They are going to Busia in few hours. But there are two stopovers in Luanda and Kisumu really showed you how people are yearning and are ready for change. So they just want direction. So I'm sure if they do 3-4 more meetings, because these meetings are reaching people and people are realizing that we still have hope. We thought that our hopes are gone. We thought that we're now going to suffer for the next 5 years. Then there's something that can be done. So that power and that energy is rejuvenated and people get refreshed and they now want to participate. So as they are doing theirs on the ground, we can also be able to reach those people we can reach. We can give the support, we can be able to give the financial support that is needed, the moral support, that advice. We can be able to reach that person who did not know that it is their right, kwenda maandamano, who did not know that it is their right to recall and express themselves directly without depending on those MPs or the MCAs who are elected. I'm telling you, we are going to achieve this one together. And I know we are going to organize ourselves. And we are going to ensure that this channel runs and specifically gives positive energy by weeding out those ones who are coming with the negative energy. We are not here to buy the ideas and the policies of the Kenya Kwanza. They've failed, and we no longer want to hear how they are going to continue failing. What we want to hear is how we are going to stop them from raping our economy, from abusing our education system, from abusing our rights, and causing more damage to this country. Let us listen from Rhoda.
Well, I live in a country very democracy, very democracy, and I know how democracy work. I can teach people how democracy work. Here, democracy for here, all the kids, they have right to go to school until from grade 1 to grade 9, according to the law. If the kid doesn't go to the school, then they're called social worker. They are the one who use to be responsibility. Why these kids, they don't want, why they drop to school, And of course, the government, they always responsibility to take care of the system of education is working. Of kids, they have kids here, they get school free of charge, food, lunch, free, and then and then uh, high school, of course, it's free lunch. That's something because here the government, they say if the children, they don't get lunch school, then it will be more poverty for the community, because we have a lot of foreigners living here, so they want every child, and they used to be very nice healthy food like vegetables and meat. Sometimes my daughter used to tell me it's too much vegetable. It's so good, vegetable is good. So I know how. And then of course there is organization here, they take care of people like called human rights. Those are the things we need to discuss. We can make our country forward, like to make our country more classic, more like European or American system, to make every child go to school. The education system is working well, in high school is working, university is working well. Yeah, of course, that is very important in our country, because when the way Magoha, he did very, like the way former president did, they were not recage about exam, because like this country I'm living here, you cannot recage for the exam. Can you imagine? You can't do recage. Like my daughter, she always fight to study. She usually have a laptop and to do her homework, and I don't like to disturb her. She's always, because they said exam homework through the laptop. So that's something we need to focus. Like the school, we don't have a leakage in the exam, because when the children, they get like good marks, maybe like 90%. I don't know how is it work in Kenya. Is it like you get A or B something, maybe you get E or B, and you're not that level, then you're fooling yourself. And that's not good for our country when the people are doing the. So I was very happy what the former president he did, how he speak good thing about Magoha. Magoha, he did a great job when it came about the system of education, because if the education is not working in Kenya, then like leakage, then it will be very bad for our country. And yeah, that is very important. It's better our country, we don't have, it's better our country. Okay, we always say tribalism, because tribalism is not good. Of course, I'm not a tribal person. I love everybody, and I see Kenyans like the way I see myself, because I live in a country, I miss people from all over the world. So we want a very strong politicians, and of course, Baba will be there for us, because he'll be a big oppositions, and we will help him in this journey. We can help him when we are here. Like, what can we make? Like the way they say chakula zimekuwa, the cost of living have been very expensive. Some people, watu wako na njaa. Ulikisikia former president, he was saying that njaa, they want to push the government. They do things, they told us for the Kenyans, young people, they'll get job. That is very important, because when young people, they have job, then our country will be more better for us. I don't have something, I don't know whether I speak good or I don't know. I speak something or how I feel, and For me, I feel I have been done something great to come here Motorbike TV. I pray for my own part, for my country, because I love my country so much. And when I see like economy is going bad, I don't get happy. When I see the system of addiction is going bad, so that we are here because we come from different community, but we are unity. We come here to speak one voice. We think different, but we are coming here because we are all Kenyans, and we have to discuss what can we make our country, because our voice is matter and our voice can be heard. And when we speak here about the system addiction must work and the leakage must stop, then like the way I don't know who was talking about the water, how can we do the water? I could like every county have the water. Water and food is very important. Without water, nothing. And I think if we have a very strong politician, they can do a great things. Every county have a water. Because I know how I know how water is. I remember when I was young, we used to fetch the water in the river in my village. So I know, and sometimes we were many queues. So I know how I grown up. But that is a story another day. I cannot speak how I grown up, but I know the water is there.
Thank you for that story another day. Thank you. Stone PK, sijui kama unapatikana. Kama hujafika basi wacha tusikize kutoka kwa Mohamed. Mohamed, karibu. Kwani ni saa ngapi huko?
Hapa ni inaelekea saa 8. Habari zenu?
Mzuri sana, karibu.
Kwani nyinyi mko wapi? Huku ni Kenya sio? Mko Kenya ama mko nchi nje?
Tuko nchi tofauti. Kuna wale wako Kenya, kuna wale wako Isiolo, au sijui kama pia bado wanasemanga wako Kenya, sijui kama walibadilisha. Kuna wale wako Kerio Valley na kuna wale wako US kama kina Roda pale. So, karibu.
Lakini
I
najua
don't
huku
live
Kenya
in
sio?
I don't live in I live in Europe. I don't live in US. It's a big
Oh,
brother.
sorry.
The brother
Roda is in
J,
Europe.
big J.
Yes, Europe. Roda is in Europe.
Sasa hata huko Kenya sio? Wewe masaa tuko pamoja.
Tuko pamoja.
Naam, leo tuliona pale Raila aling'ara vizuri sana kwa ile mazishi ya Magoha. Nilifurahia sana. Na pia hata kuna rali kadhaa amepitia pamoja na Uhuru. Lakini sasa Uhuru sijui maneno yake kidogo ndio mimi sijui naona kuna vitu anahepa. Kuna maneno hataki kuongelea sana maneno hii ya Azimio, hataki kuongelea maneno ya hii maandamano ama hii inaendelea saa hii. Pia kuna shida ndani ya Jubilee. Jubilee tayari imegawanyika. Na yeye ndo chairman ya Jubilee. Lakini hawezi ongea juu yake. Hata mara moja hajasema tofauti yao, hajasema msimamo yao. Unajua mtu unaona Raila amechukua action kubwa sana kwa wale ma ODM, wale walienda State House ama Jalango. Yaani Raila alichukua nini kubwa sana. Step kubwa. Hatua kubwa. Sasa unajua lazima yani kujali kitu yako, lazima kujali na ushughulikie. Na lazima hata angefanya mkutano na wao, angeita Jubilee au ma officials yote na ajaribu kusafisha, naona ile uchafu na nini huko ndani yote watoe, wabaki na wale wasafi. Sijui ni nini, mimi sijui kama nyinyi mnajua zaidi, lakini kidogo Uhuru sijui kuna shida gani kidogo anaepepa. Alafu kama nimesikia kuna ndugu yetu mwingine hapa jana nisikia akisema hata Obama pamoja alistaafu, lakini wakati alikuwa na Trump afanye vizuri alikuwa na nini, yani ana criticize na alikuwa na campaign against him. Unaona, hakumwacha mpaka wakati ile alianguka wakapata ushindi tena, kwa sababu yeye alikuwa kwa ile chama yake. Unaona? Hivyo sijui ama hii sheria yetu ama constitution inazuia ule rais mstaafu asiingilie siasa tena ama nini, mimi sielewi. Unaona? Hiyo ni pande ya Uhuru, na pande ingine ya serikali kuna yeye mtu anaitwa Nur nani, huyu mkubwa ya huyu kijana Yusufaji Nuruddin Haji, yeye
Yeah, Nuruddin Haji, yeah.
Nuruddin Haji huyu kwanza ni naona anadhulumu wa Kenya. Yeye kuna wale yeye ana favor kuwapeleka kotini kwa shtaki, na kuna wale yeye anaweza naona kuna wale yeye anaweza wafavor asiwapeleke, kuna wale yeye akitaka na wapeleke. Sasa ile kesi, wale walikuwa na makesi kabla election, baada hao wameingia katika serikali, ametoa zile makesi yote. Huyu ni kwanza, huyu jamaa tungefaa kuwa tuna yani tungekuwa tunamshambulia kwa mbali. Ni mtu anafaa, watu wa Kenya wanafaa kumshambulia, resign kwa hiyo ofisi yake, kwa sababu hayuko kwa sheria. Ana misuse ofisi, anatumia ofisi vibaya. Hiyo ofisi ya kuwatoa wengine kwa kesi kotini, kwa sababu sasa hao ndio wamekuwa na power na wamekuwa watu wa serikali. Sasa na anasema sasa wakati huo kumbe ati hiyo kesi alikuwa ametumiwa. Sasa yeye tayari ofisi yake ni independent, ni aje anatumiwa, yani anazitumiwa na state ati ashike fulani na fulani. Na sasa anatoa kesi kwa sababu ni wale walikuwa wanasumbuliwa wakati huo ndio wameingia kwa serikali. Hii si haki kabisa. Kenya sisi tunafaa kwanza, huyo ni mtu anafaa kushambuliwa kama vile Chebukati kwa kushambuliwa sahi duniani kila mahali. Hata ashambuliwe huyo, kwanza ni mtu tunafaa kusema atoke kwa hiyo ofisi, sababu amemisuse hiyo ofisi vibaya. Unaona? Anaanza kuondolea makesi sasa. Sasa hii Kenya itakuwa ni Kenya ya matajiri, itakuwa ni Kenya ya wadozi. Yaani wadozi watakuwa na kesi, maskini lakini atakuwa anapelekwa na anafungwa. Unaona? Huyo pia mimi naona kwa hii nini yetu tumshambulie, na mtandaoni yote ashambuliwe, hata awache hiyo ofisi, kwa sababu saa hii kwanza alikuwa ametumia vibaya, basi atoke hapo kabisa, aweke mtu mwingine. Hiyo ndo leo niko nayo, na ile nyingine ni sisi tuendelee kupiga vita hii serikali haramu, serikali ya haramu. Naona tunajua vile waliingia, hawajaingia na haki, mpaka siku ile watatoka. Na tujipange vizuri. Nilisikia Stone PK wakati ingine alikuwa ametoa maoni ingine mzuri sana hapa, anasema hii watu ni watu wamejipanga kabisa, si watu ati kwa watu hivi hivi tu ati na maandamano na ati na Ruto must go. Lazima tujipange. Sasa nilikuwa naongojea aseme sijui tujipangaje, lakini kuna vile alikuwa anamaanisha, yani hii si watu tunaweza watu hivi hivi tu ati kwa State House kwenye rais. Kwa lazima atuwe na mpango yani kali, tungewe na mpango kali. na tueneze kila mahali watu wajue. Kwa hiyo leo sina mengi, nawatakia usiku mema ama asubuhi mema. Asanteni.
Thank you Mohamed. Ni vizuri umetaja Stone PK. Naona ako hapa, atakueleza kwa kina na uweze kujua ni mpango upi unafaa na wewe unafaa kuchangia vipi, au ni nini unafaa kutekeleza katika ukombozi wa nchi yetu. Stone PK, karibu. Kuna wale wanauliza, samahani, kuna wale wanauliza kuhusu jinsi wanaweza simama na bunge la wananchi. Wako na paybill number ambayo ni ya KCB, I think 522522, alafu na account number nimeweka hapo kwa comment section, nitaweza kuidisplay hapa kwa wale hawajaipata, lakini kuna wale tayari wako na hiyo account number na details. Pia unaweza share na rafiki yako ama yule mtu ana wazo sawa na wewe na aweze kuchangia pale. Stone PK, karibu.
Asante leo. Ni wasalimu Mohamed, ndugu yangu, asante sana. Brother Big J, good to see you people. Nyinyi ndio watu wetu wa dhati. Brother Jeremani, thanks so much. You are here, bro. And let me say it's a great moment to see that tuko tumeshikamana na yale yote tunaendelea kuzungumza na kuhisi asije akawa ni joke, because if some of us think whatever we are doing here is just tete-a-tete, I for one would never ever waste my time here. And I repeat, every minute, every time, some of us are beyond. Kama ni tete-a-tete, we have better places to go and make tete-a-tetes. But we think this is the place where we can contribute and make things happen for our country, Kenya. We feel our country, Kenya, is at a crossroad. Indeed, I even moved away. Crossroad is better. Unaweza enda njia yoyote ile. We are at a cliff. Kwa Kiswahili tunasema tuko pale mwisho wa reli. Yani hatuna namna, manake tukiguswa kidogo, tukimake mistake, tutaanguka kwenye cliff. Na kuanguka kule chini ni kubingiritika na kufa kabisa. Lakini tuko na alternative ya kugeuka na kufanya kama vile Wakamba wanasema, kuoza vinya na kugeuza mambo kabisa, tugeuze kabisa na tuseme we have to survive. We have to survive. So Kenyans, we are at that position sasa. Lazima to survive. If we don't want to survive, then the country called Kenya will perish. I keep on repeating and saying, Bwana Leo, that we don't have a nation. We have failed to build a nation. And time in, time out, tumeteleza tukakosa kujenga. Nation is pale nation, yani watu ambao wanahisi pamoja, they feel for one another, they empathize. We don't have that in our country, Kenya. We've lived a lie. Tumeishi katika denial, tunajidanganya, tunaitana bro, sister, lakini ni uongo, ni utapeli, ni ukora. Why? Because we have lacked a leadership that is selfishless. Yani a leader who comes and says, lazima tupendane. And I'm using that word. Anakuambia ni lazima umpende Mkenya mwenzako. Kama utaki, tafuta nchi yako. I like that dictatorship. And I want it back. I want somebody who will come and force Kenyans to love each other, because we have no choice. We are in one country. Destiny imetufanya mimi ni Mjaluo, lazima niishi na Mkikuyu, niishi na Masai, niishi na Mkisii, niishi. The 47 of us, destiny imesema lazima tuishi pamoja, na tukapewa lugha ya kutuunganisha. Mimi ni Mkisii, wewe ni Mkamba, lakini tuna lugha ya Kiswahili tukizungumza tunasikizana. Why are we denying that? So I'm looking for a leader that will come and force that, even if it's for 4 years. Tupigwe mijeledi, yani ni kama ng'ombe. Unajua, for those of you wale wametoka mahali watu wanafuga ng'ombe, siku za hapo mwanzo, hapo zamani kidogo, ilikuwa ng'ombe wanapelekwa kwa kitu kidibwi kile kinaitwa deep. Manake kulikuwa na kupe hizi nini nyingi, hizi pest zinaitwaje, pests. Sasa ilikuwa unawapeleka deep, labda ilikuwa ni mara moja kwa wiki ama kwa mwezi, na kuingia pale kwa deep ilikuwa wametengeza mnada, yani wametengeza kanjia. Ile ng'ombe lazima wakuje ng'ombe karibu 500 unawatandika ndio waingie pale, ndio waingie kwenye kidubu, they swim through. Many kwanza madume zilikuwa zinakataa. You know, you fight, unaweza kuta unachukua masaa mawili kulazimisha dume fulani ingie pale, manake inajua. Lakini you are lazimisha because unajua it is for the benefits of that cow. Lazima wa swim through so that hizo kupe ziishe na ndigana na magonjwa yale yote mengine yaishe, ndio uwe na mifugo ambayo iko healthy. Kenyans, we have to beat them to go through that deep. And we need, that's why we are saying, we need a leader that will be able to rally us. And we have one, fortunately. For now, if that leader goes today, touch wood, Kenya will never, ever find it. They will never live healthy. Now that we have that leader, na ametuambia, lazima tuogelee hili dimbwi. We have to wash away the kupes. And this is the way to do it. We have to support that. Ilikuwa ng'ombe ule kiongozi, kisha ukishapiga kabisa aingie pale, all the other cows zilikuwa zinafuata. Sasa sisi tuna Raila Amolo Odinga ambaye tayari ametuonyesha josho. Hayo madipu yanaitwa josho kwa Kiswahili. Ashatuonyesha na amepitia mara nyingi that you go through this, you come out very clean. Kupe hamna nini. Sasa hao wengine ambao wanajidai hawataki kuingia, tuachane nao. Let's not even dwell with the MPs and all that. And I'm happy Baba amezungumza. Amesema hao ni vinyangarika. Forget about them. Unakuta in a family you have 4 children. 1 or 2 of them become haywire. Anaanza kuvuta bangi, ataki shule, ataki nini. You don't, unamwambia tu, now you have your life. You take the life you want. Don't fight him, don't do anything. But unamwambia this is the right track. Like the way we are doing. Azimio, we are telling people this is the right track. The government we have in place is wrong. Niwezi. Okay? I'm happy the way Mavoko, and I'm so happy, and that's why I think Baba is really God-given. It's God-sent. Every time he energizes me, I don't know about other Kenyans, he comes and tells you, when you listen to Baba, listen to Kalonzo, listen to the leader, they resonated with the people. They told the people, it's up to you now. Mkitaka tuendelee hivi ni sawa, and that is what I've been advocating for in this channel. Nimekuwa nikisema tusione ati ni Baba tunapigania. That's nonsense. It's not. Baba is okay. He can easily take his cool life in Karen. Very easy. Hata serikali ije gani ama gani, yeye is cushioned. Akopoa kabisa. Kama ni bodyguards, he can have even up to 200. Kama ni nini. And he can even choose to go and live with his in-laws in Nigeria. He can decide to go to Germany. He can decide to... Yani, sisi ndio wenye shida. Kwa hivyo, at no one given time should we fall into the tune of KK, who comes telling us, oh, Raila has been dead, Raila. That is nonsense, and we should demean it, and we should condemn it. This thing is not about Raila. What we are happy to have and blessed to have is like we have an enigma that is our pillar, that as we move, we can turn and look and say, Baba, we are moving. And then he just waves. In fact, we don't need him in the forefront. We just want to see that father figure moving with us in this struggle. Tunataka baba, you know, a family feels so nice when they know that daddy is around. Okay? The sons go and all that. And this reminded me kwa funeral ya Magoha, when I listened to Dr. Moses talking, the son, and then the wife talking. Honestly, as much as, okay, I worked with the professor for a very short while before when I was back at home, you know, I had 2 or 3 contacts with him. And one thing I admired is when everywhere he was saying, and even in his meetings, he comes, whether he comes to your county or something, for him, the protocol of ati unajua sasa kuna waheshimiwa, that was rubbish to him. If it was an education function, his was focus on education. Kama umekuja pale, umekuja kwa ile theme ya hiyo siku, si unakuja na uheshimiwa wako na nonsense hiyo. He used to rubbish that, and I admired that. And he said he had no nonsense, no hang up, no nothing about politicians. And that is one thing I admired about him. But if you are a politician, for example, and you are focused on education where you are, then you would be his friend. So one thing I admired is that katika that kind of principle, you have a country developing. You have a country developing, because like now what we are going for, it's not that we are fighting baba ati, oh, baba contest miaka mingi 4 or 5 times ameibiwa, sasa tumuonee huruma tumpatie. That is not the thing. It's not about kuonea baba huruma. Baba hahitaji huruma wote. Huruma ni wetu sisi wa Kenya. It is us who are at jeopardy. Sisi ndio tunaangamia. Nchi ya Kenya ndio inaangamia. Kalonzo alisema jana Mavoko, akasema sasa shida ni wewe, sasa watoto hawaendi shule, yet we had a solution for you. The kids are at home. People wanarauka kwangu ama kwa ule mwingine kuomba fees, but kids cannot go to school. Yet the government that is not in place had a solution for that, and a real solution. So and I like this kind of approach. Mwananchi lazima sasa ambiwe ile maneno ya campaign pale mbeleni walikuwa wanasema afadhali Stone PK amenipatia kau 50 kau finje Jeremani hakuja na chochote, mimi nitaenda na Stone PK. Wananchi ndio nafurahi, kwanza wanaumia kidogo, sorry, watanisamee. I want them to feel that pain na mnisamee, because Kenya tulikuwa tumekuwa wapumbavu na wajinga mno. Ati politicians wakija campaign unaanza kucompare nani ametoa mob. Leo anatoa ngapi? Unasikia leo alikuwa anachota so 2. Stone PK alikuwa anachota kau finje. Big J alikuwa anachota pound. Jerumani alitoa 3,000. Mohamed alitoa 10,000. Basi tunaenda kwa Mohamed. Hata mtaki kujua Mohamed alisema nini, Stone PK amesema nini. That is what has driven us into some of this nonsense. Because even as of now, watu wengine wanasema, a few of them, ati sasa saa hii ndio baba anatuambia kumetoka whistleblower. Those are Kenyans. But then you remind huyo Mkenya anakuambia la, saa hii ndio baba anabonga nini. Huyo Mkenya ni anakuambia Big J, una so 2 unichotee mazee saa hii, mazee sina food home. You see how stupid we are, and I'm not, okay, somebody can say I'm insulting people, but I'm just saying it is stupidity. When you, on one hand, you are crying, you are mourning, uko kwa shida za ajabu. Then on the other hand, unasema patieni Ruto time. Ruto ni mpoa lakini mpe muda. Ataunganisha hizi vitu. Lakini Jeremani si unichotee so 2 mazee, sina namna. Sasa wa Kenya, and I'm addressing Kenyans. Can you decide what you want to have? Decide whether you want to be stupid or you want to face a reality. Being stupid is when you are told Ruto is not legitimate president of this country. Stop saying Raila kwani yeye tu ndio uibiwa, mbona haibagi. Let's change. As much as we say Kenyans are intelligent, I think this is where I refuse and doubt whether we are really intelligent and qualified, and whether the certificates and diplomas, degrees we got in colleges, whether they are really genuine. Because I can't imagine a degree holder asking me that question. I can't imagine somebody who has sat in a university, in one of our universities in that country, still arguing that Ruto won, that the Sharia, the judiciary, the due process was followed. And you see, it was proven. You guys did not have enough evidence. And all, sincerely speaking, those people, I want to call them, to quickly move on. And I wish we have these clips of Congo, what is happening in Congo right now as we speak. The Congolese have said, sasa hawa wasomi ni washenzi. They have taken to the streets, the city of Goma. They have chased our own, they are chasing our own troops because they have realized Wakenya sisi ni matapeli. Kenyans, we are fake brothers and sisters. Kenyans, we have lied. The last time we had a successful mission where we go to a country to help was with the brigadier, no, Opande, when we were in Liberia. Luckily I was there in that mission. That was the last time we had humanitarian Kenyans going to help others. Talk of Somali, we went there to sell chako. No wonder one time tumefagiliwa katika kambi moja, askari karibu 1000 sijui ngapi, and we never reported that. A whole battalion of Kenyans were left, walikutwa wamelala, wanajeshi wamelala kama malenge. Wakafagiliwa, wakauliwa kama inzi. Why? Mwanajeshi umemtuma kwenda kukeep force, alafu unaenda kulala. Unaenda kuanza unangorota. What are you? So this is something that we need to look at. And that is what we are talking about. Unaambia mtu Ruto ameiba kura, anakuambia kwani nyinyi mlikuwa wapi akiiba? Is that a way to think? Ati Stone PK ni mwizi. Unasema nani si mwizi? Really? Which human being of right thinking reasons that way? Ati because Stone PK is a thief, BJ should also be a thief, Jerumani should also be a thief, Mohammed is a thief, Leo is a thief. So we all become a thief. And that is what our country has become. Because if we can tolerate today and even call Ruto His Excellency, people are calling Ruto His Excellency. Ukiwauliza ni kwa nini? Ati katiba ilisema. I swear, my good God, ati katiba imesema, constitution imesema. Our constitution died. There is no constitution we are following today. Let us not lie. Which constitution are we following? Oh, we are democracy. What democracy are you? That's nonsense. That's garbage. There's no democracy in that country. Democracy, rule number 1 of a democracy is when a mwananchi is supposed to elect and then get the results. Ulichagua Stone PK 8 votes, lea akapata vote 6. Then Stone PK is pronounced as the leader. Not Stone PK alipata nini lea ndio anaitwa. Then we start saying accept and move on. Then nani unaambiwa uende kotini ukaprove. Then you go kotini unakuta iko compromise. Today any Kenyan who is supporting that process is an idiot. And I keep on saying that. Anybody who thinks that justice was dispensed in Kenya since when elections started getting stolen, those are idiots. And I have no reservation when I'm calling people that. If you can sit today and argue that Ruto is a legitimate president of that country, under the pretext, oh, you know, Raila is a perpetual, those are idiots. Raila is perpetual. He has always, he doesn't have his acts together. He does not know how to protect his votes. Listen to that. Listen to yourselves as Kenyans. That Raila doesn't have, he doesn't know how to protect the vote. So in Kenya, what we should do is, ni nchi ya majambazi, kila mtu anunue mabunduki na army wakati wa election, kudefend election. Sasa BJ tukienda na wewe contestation, mimi natoka na jeshi yangu, na wewe na jeshi yako, pale ni vita. ule atashinda ndiye atakuwa nini. How stupid can that be for a nation and a country? And I listen to this forum and other places, people arguing in that very idiotic kind of reason. It's nonsensical. It is really nonsensical. And I'm so happy the trend that we are going. The people are agreeing. And now, before nilikuwa nasema baba awachane na rallies. But he has convinced me why the rallies should go on. I'm convinced why we should have that msururu iende. Nimeona the reasoning why. Because we have those idiots preaching to the villager. Unajua villager ukimtajia jina serikali anainama chini. Kwa village ukisema mimi ama upark gari ya GK hapo, villager wana kneel down. Si ndio Big J? Utaniambia hivyo ukizungumza. Sasa wa Kenya, because na hiyo ndio Ruto anatumia. Ukipark gari ya GK pale Embu ama pale upark tu hiyo Pajero uende nayo hivyo, hata kama ulikuwa umeomba ya anko yako tu round kidogo, kakuja ukapark in the local pub pale MRT pale, alafu unaitisha taska yako ama soda yako, watu wanasema serikali imefika. Kumbe ni mwizi tu. It's just a driver who has just ameacha boss kule Bomet akasneak kidogo, then he terrorized the whole village because it's GK. So Baba is so ahead of us that he needs to educate these villagers who believe in serikali. Na nimefurahi vile ana articulate. Kama nyinyi wewe ulivote kwa nani? Wanasema wewe baba. Na wewe baba. Na wewe baba. Na wewe baba. Aya, baba si president. What do you think happened? That card, I love it, and I think I give a tick. Let Baba follow that route, even if it takes 1 month, because I can see the results. Now, that means those of us who already know, unajua wengine wetu tuko mbele, I think we are supposed now to prepare. As Baba is going to prepare the ground for it to happen, sisi ambao tunaelewa, we are supposed now to prepare at the elite level. Then we amalgamate the two, and this government should not be there in the next 2 months. I agree with Baba. Let them enjoy 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, 6 months. Let them enjoy. But as long as we are creating a force that ni kama jino unajua dikianza kutingika ungoi mara moja, unatingizanga kila siku. That's how my mom was doing when we were growing. Kajino anakuja asubuhi, iko aje, anatingiza yeye, anasikia anasema hapana, wewe enda ukachunge ng'ombe. Unashindwa mbona angoi? Kumbe ana namna. So I think that formula is good. Alafu hii jino tutangoa mara moja poop, so long as Kenyans don't lose whatever. So sitaki kuzungumza sana, wacha nimalizie nikisema kwa mfano, when we talk of sasa coming to that, Ruto skipping this Magoha thing, with all what is happening, you know, Ruto alikuwa anapuuza hii maneno. Ruto was puuzaring that kuna uprising. Let me call it uprising. It has not reached to revolutionary, because wakati itafika revolutionary ni kwisha maneno. Saa hii ni uprising, which anapuuza, ana insult. Ruto would not have dared step his foot at Magoha funeral. Hapo ingekuwa ni kichinjio. In fact, that is when everything would have happened. Hata ndege angejua iko hapi ile limemleta. And he was advised to, well, I congratulate his advisors. If Ruto had stepped hapo kwa mazishi ya Magoha, angetafuta, si ile siku ingine ni kiatu alienda bila in Kisii, hapo angetafuta helicopter, angeipata the guy, and it is I'm happy that he didn't go, and it's good he didn't go, and let him never ever dare, because alikuwa amengojewa hivi. In fact, that was going to be the trigger. He would not have gone back to State House, neither would he have gone back to Sugoi. Take that to the bank. But he has very good intelligence, and then we have idiots amongst ourselves who leak to that. That's the bad thing. Tuna wasaliti kati yetu ambao wanaenda wanamwambia because they are being bought and they are being, that kind of a thing. But he escaped that trap and then sent Kina Farida Karone and others. So it's good. He saved himself by not attending to that. Because ask yourself, who in Kenya, anybody who becomes a president, who would not have loved Professor Magoha to be one of your technocrats in whatever capacity, in whatever ministry, if you are not an idiot? Who? Professor Magoha, yani umechaguliwa rais, then you bring your idiotic thinking at political, utaki watu wale waliappointiwa na Uhuru, the previous government, you are up for revenge, and you ignore people like Magoha, who would not want Magoha to be his CS, or even your chief advisor. Nani? Ni mjinga tu, ni madaktari wa fake, ma PhD holders who are idiots. And Magoha knew that very well, but Magoha knows how to play. Okay? So anybody who has his right mind would have kept Mr. Magoha, rather Dr. Magoha, as his or whatever ministry you wanted to give him. So he felt guilty that in his presence of removing and sending everybody away, he removed Professor Magoha. And it was a shame for him to even go there. He could not attend. What would have Ruto said about Professor Magoha in his speech? Sincerely speaking, wacha nisimamia hapo leo, narudi. I'm still around, I have a lot, but let me give others. Okay? But remember,
money
is on.
Thank you, Leo. I wish to say on the outset, Stone PK is sending me mixed signals. He started off by saying, bro, good to see you. And then he went on and said, Kenya ni nchi ya matapeli when someone calls you bro. So I was left wondering. But that aside, one of the comments I had Stone PK make was, Ruto did well not to go. But I was just wondering, and this has been at the back of my head through the day, is it that power is so, and when I say power, I mean power in Kenya. Power in Kenya is so fickle that it can divide brothers, colleagues, people who have worked together. I would have expected that Ruto would say, Magoha is someone I worked with. We were cabinet colleagues. I respected him as a cabinet colleague, not as a politician. And on that breath alone, I'm going to attend his funeral, regardless of the anticipated animosity or regardless of my status today as president. I will humble myself and go and say, this was a great man, and I've come to honor a great man. That was my contrary opinion to what Stone PK said. But as I said, it's not cast in stone. I'm open to more information, more education about what other views would be in that regard. One of the other things that I wanted to also point out, arising from Stone PK's submission, the judiciary. I'm still back on the judiciary because Ahmed Nasir left a very lasting imprint on me, arising from his interview on radio 3 days ago. If the judiciary or the Supreme Court is where we're going to make submissions, and Ahmed Nasir said he does not hear Martha Koome, the CJ, talking about corruption at the judiciary. Then the question again is, what are we supposed to do as citizens? It's like we are stuck in that rut. We cannot get justice. And if we go to knock at the doors of justice, we will be always on the back end. Again, and this is maybe my last comment from Stone PK's submission. Baba's rallies or Baba's people's mobilization, Baba's people's sensitization trips, they're very good. I was also on the same side as Stone PK. I was concerned that if these meetings are going to be lengthy, the lengthier a process, the more opportunities for people with vested interest to infiltrate such a process. And the lengthier process, the more opportunities for people within the same union to start infighting between themselves. I'm hoping those are some of the things that are being factored by the team that is organizing these sensitization trips. I don't wish to be preemptive of what the outcome would be, but ultimately, I'm hoping to see a situation where we see that the resolutions arising from the sensitization tours lead us towards a situation where at least 8 million people or 8 million citizens will come forward and say, I want to be part of that process. I don't want to be left behind. I don't want to fence seat. And I want to take matters of nation building very seriously. Just allow me one more comment, Leo. We had a conversation with Stone PK some days ago, and I asked the question, what makes us Kenyan? And I've been asking this question to many people all over. And maybe this is the time I also repeat this question. What makes each one of you in studio, online, listening to this, a Kenyan? It is likely that you will find, or let me not preempt, but let me leave that question there. This is something we are going to keep discussing, and I'll keep asking as we go forward. Thank you, Leo.
Thank you so much. I think, Stone, you have the right to respond.
Thank you, Jeremani, bro, and I really applaud you for you are very keen in some of these submissions that we keep making here. I'll begin with the last one. It's pertinent, and one of my professors told me that the easiest way to know the truth of any matter is when you have no explanation of the same. Then, it threw me off ground. That you ask a question, then people struggle to give you an answer. It tells you that something is wrong. Either there is an answer that they don't want to give you, or there is no answer. That question, I know, Jeremiah, you asked, what makes us Kenyan? To tell you the truth, in my own research, and I always say it's my Stone PK thing, because I'm a social democrat person, very sociable. I believe in tenets of socialism. And that's why I'm a diehard supporter of Baba. That's why I admire principles like somebody enters in a hotel, he sits, he's asking for a cup of tea, then he's looking around, he sees somebody doesn't have a cup of tea, and he's concerned. Hata anauliza waiter, mbona ule jamaa pale anaonekana hana kikombe cha chai? That's different. Wewe umeingia kwa hoteli, you should take your cup of tea and go according to the capitalist tenets. But kuna huyu jamaa anaingia anaona, ai, Jeremani pale For the last 30 minutes, he's not ordering, he's not doing that. And then instead of approaching Jerumani, you are asking the waiter, that brother there, niaje, you know? Or somebody in Kenya, we are used to people coming while you guys are in a restaurant, you're having your fun. Then somebody stands at the gate there, akona kamfuko kajuala. Anangoja ukitoka ndiye akwambie ninunulie hii ni. Some people just pass. Wewe acha kunisumbua ndola. But you find that one of every maybe 2-3 guys, kuna ule atasema come in here. Wewe waiter, hebu patia huyu chai na mkate na nini na nini. In Kenya, we don't take that very seriously. And I'm telling you this out of my experience. I'm a Kenyan, I live there, I know. Those are small signs of showing you what kind of people we are. We are not brothers, my brother. Take it to the bank. We don't care about the others, each other. So we even don't care. We don't know what makes us Kenyan. We never bothered to explore that. We have refused to go deep into it. That's why you will hear Kalenjin's chest thumping, telling you, nyinyi wa Kikuyu jaribuni tutawaonyesha. Nyinyi wa Luya mkijaribu tutawaonyesha. Nyinyi wa Mbere mkijaribu We talk like that. That tells you how stupid and useless a people of one country are like. This issue of Ruto stealing votes, people go into their cocoon. Oh, it's Kalenjin versus others. Watu hawataki Mkalenjin atawale. That tells you, or rather that explains to you, Jerumani, that we do not know what really makes us Kenyan. Why? We've not had a leadership that really came to tell us that we are supposed to be Kenyans. Start from Kenyatta. Anzana na Kenyatta tu, atafuta ile principle yake. The hashtag yake ilikuwa nini? Ikafuatiwa na nani? Ni nani alikuja kusema wa Kenya tunatakiwa tufikirie sisi ni watu wa nchi moja namna hii namna hii namna hii. Kenyatta alikuja anatuambia turudi mashambani. Unaambiwa urudi mashambani, unaambiwa tu ulime upate chakula. Ujaambiwa unarudi mashambani, wewe ni mtu wa kutoka Ukambani. Je, ule mtu anatoka Utaitani, ule anatoka Coast. Nobody has ever promoted us. The only person I know, the only leader I know who has tried to promote that, and that is why he is the enemy of the extreme capitalists, the thieves, and the selfish, is Raila Amolo Odinga. Take that to any bank. He is the one who believes, and you listen to him. How many times he talks of Kenyans being one, how he wishes, how he looks, whatever he believes and thinks. Just listen through his speeches. You can replay all his clips from even when he was young. Wakati alikuwa very vibrant. Sikiza speeches zake. Compare those speeches with those ones of JM Karaoke. Compare those speeches with those ones of Ouko. Compare those with Tom Mboya. I want Kenyans to really, then you'll be able to, then compare those speeches with those ones of Kenyatta, the Mzee, Kenyatta one. Compare those with people like these other leaders who are just out to move masses. No one talks about building a nation because they are extreme capitalists and selfish. They want to use you to make their wealth. So, Jerumani, your question is valid. Until we change that regime, which people don't want, because the power of a people united is immense. The day Kenyans, like now, if today Kenyans say this rubbish ya Ruto kupiga kifua hapa akitukana watu akiongea ujinga ati alishinda kura, the moment Kenyans start thinking, and I like Rhoda the way she preaches here sometimes, in fact most of the time, she says we should, if we think as one people, Ruto angekuwa sahi kwa ile state house. I tell you in God's name. If we ever, Jerumani, we go what you are thinking now, that this man stole elections. He cheated us. Not, he didn't cheat Raila. He cheated us, voters who are more. Wallahi billahi, hiyo hasira ingetoa Ruto State House. But because we are here, Wakenya, oh, kuna ati tunaongea, oh, you know, businesses will be destroyed. Businesses mavia kuku. Which businesses? Let them be destroyed. What businesses are these? This garbage. Businesses at the expense of mwananchi. Oh, unajua, lazima mchunge biashara. Don't destroy people's property. Who is interested in people's property? Ukiuliza Azimio people, nobody is interested in people's property. After all, most of those people, they are Azimio people. Who will go to break a shop just for the sake of, this is upumbavu ambayo tunadanganywa. Oh, you know, we have to be peaceful. Hakuna hiyo ujinga. Go to Goma today, jana, juzi, the whole of this week. They asked the people, please don't do business. Close all the roads. Funga maduka. They talk to their people, but we want to chase Kenyan army. The most embarrassing thing to Kenya today on earth is our army is being rejected because they are full of thugs, they are full of idiots, okay? Watu wameenda kufanya ujinga nchi zingine, and it is a shame. And yet we have somebody calling himself a commander-in-chief, but commander-in-chief is a thief. So everything that will disseminate from him is a thief. How can you have an indisciplined forces going out to help other people? Now they get rejected by those people. Watu wanashida wanasema afadhali mrudi kwenyu to sort out maneno yetu. Tumechoka na nyinyi. This guy should resign. So Bwana Jeremani, to come to your question, we cannot, nobody other than Raila who will make us think and believe in being Kenyan. And how do you believe as a Kenyan that you are Kenyan? You believe that you are Kenyan when you are relating to each other. You are empathetic to one another. You know, nikisema Jeremani ndio nimechagua councillor ama MCA, is Jeremani ninaannouncewa, I'll respect you. I'll call you brother, mheshimiwa brother. In fact, you will not have to tell me I'm mheshimiwa Jeremani. It is me who will call you mheshimiwa. You don't have to come forcing me. You must refer to me as mheshimiwa. You command it because I elected you and you won and you are pronounced. I'll definitely honor you. But a leadership of bandits, people who don't care about nationhood, people who don't know that even if you beat me with the 200 votes, 200,000 votes, all the other majority, the 49, assuming Ruto won, assuming he won, he would not dare, if he had brains, he would never dare boast that you won. In fact, ukishinda hivyo, kikwetu Kimbere tunasemanga ukiponea, yani ile unaponea, unaendanga unasema wewe hapo nimeponea. Yani you admit nimeponea, halafu narudi kwa watu naambia wase, mazee karibu mninyoe, lakini nimepenya. Sasa mazee tuende pamoja. You bring them, you acknowledge to them, karibu wakunyoe. Lakini ukapenya tu kidogo, then they will embrace you. Sasa ni kwenda ukipiga kifua. Wale watu wakitendawili, then you say you are building, you want to make the Azimio people feel like they are Kenyans. It is the hatred, sumu ndio wamepanda kila kitu kabisa. Hiyo ingine umeuliza, it's about the justice, of course. Justice is dead, bro. I'll call you bro as much as you are saying there's no bro. I'll use it as a figure of language, figure of speech. Justice is killed totally. Once you pronounce yourself president, you hire you corrupt, you install corrupt judges, yeah, you buy MPs, you turn out the tables where the majority speaker and announce the minority becomes the majority, and Kenyans have forgotten. Kenyans have forgotten what Wetangula did. Who had the majority? Go back to the clips. It was Azimio. But hapo wakaturn the table, ikakuwa KK had the majority. Ridiculous. Now when you turn the law this way, what do you think of mwananchi? Anafikiria nini? What do you think? That minority becomes the majority. Then you unaanza kuambia we are Kenyans, you know, we belong to this country, we are one. Never. In fact, Ruto has sowed seeds that I don't know, even if Baba takes over now, it will take a lot of energy, over 200 I don't know what kind of horsepower he's going to use to fast track na kuambia wa Kenyans. He will have to do a lot of work to heal the wounds that Kenyans are suffering from right now. Minority becomes the majority in parliament. Now he's buying all the MPs. When the parties cannot have no say. A party cannot decide that if Stone PK has defected, we chase you away. He has bought out the party, the registrar thing. So what do mwananchi feel now? Mwananchi anasikiaje? All his hands are cut. Amebaki tu na trunk. And then unamwambia ajifunie kuwa Mkenya. We are in big for a big shock bana Jeremani. So those are not going to be seen in the very near future. Okay? Kwa hivyo yeah, I think I've answered you from what you touched. We have no hope, but the hope is in chasing away this government. And it's not negotiating, it's not talking them out of this to relinquish. It is to kuatimua mbio haraka iwezekanavyo. You've seen what Burkina Faso has done. Burkina Faso kwanza wamekasirika, wamefukuza mpaka France. Burkina Faso, they are so mad, wamesema hii wazungu ndio wanatu nini, wamesema they don't want any link with them. And it's a very young guy there who is leading the revolution. Wamesema we want to they are printing even their own currency right now. They are going to print their own currency. What does that tell you? And they have said we will unite with our neighbor XYZ. We do our own economy. Because sasa, kwani si mnaweza tengeneza economy yenu? When you are thriving, watu watakuja. Mkitaka madaktari they'll come to look for work in your country. Hii kasumba tumewekwa ati lazima ukue loyal sijui kwa wapi, sijui loyal kwa nini. Kwanza baba alinikasirisha siku moja and I've never been annoyed with him. Ati anaogopa sijui ati nchi za nje zitasema pale Bomas tungebomoa pale. Na tuseme hakuna mahali baba anaenda. Hii maneno ya hizi nchi za huku ni uchenzi mtupu. It is nonsense. It is slavery. Munafinywa unaambiwa hao ndio walileta hii phrase accept and move on for the sake of democracy. Garbage. Back to you, Leo.
Thank you, Stone PK. It's true, and I agree with you. If you watch what happened in Congo, and it is good those guys are speaking Swahili. I would have played that video, ni venye sio yetu itakuwa claimed, but those guys who are in WhatsApp or whatever, you've seen that video, just go to YouTube and check. They are really saying
Leo, tumia boss umwambie afanye maneno. Kuna vile huwa anafanya. Tumia boss.
Yeah. Wacha nimtumie angalia. They're saying we thought watu walikuja kutusaidia, kumbe hawa ndio walikuja kuharibu. And I've been saying it here that the issue in Congo, the people behind the problems in Congo is Museveni, Kagame, na wakakuja wakapatana na Ruto. And they even frustrated Uhuru's efforts. And Uhuru complained when there was a meeting in Nairobi. This guy is frustrated his effort. So sending our jeshi pale, wale watu hawakwenda kufanya kitu, and they rejected, wakafunga barabara zote, wakasema hawa watu waende. Sasa heri wabaki wapambane na the M23 than kuacha hawa KDF wetu. These guys have been rejected. They go there for business. The ones who are in Somalia are also not doing anything. And if you are surprised, Stone PK, let me tell you, because I'm there, when you heard that Ruto came here in Somalia last week, that was a part of the things that were being discussed. The government is saying, and these guys, one thing I like with them, they normally speak, hata before ifikie serikali, watu wa kawaida watakwambia. They are saying that that summit, they changed the name, is no longer, it is currently called Artemis. That Artemis is being overfunded, wanapewa pesa, na hakuna kazi wanafanya, hawasaidiani kutoa hao vijana. Their army are the ones who are working. So what they want, these Artemis, hawa watu wa Kenya, Uganda, watoke Somalia, then that money they give the Somali government so that they can be able to pay their soldiers who are the ones who are working. Hawatakikani huku. So they were planning to kick them. And Hassan Sheikh said by 2024, that is next year, you want to ensure by January wameenda. So when you saw Ruto coming and those other IGAD members, they were coming to plead and convince this government that they are going to work together to ensure wamefanya kazi. The guys said no, we don't want them here. And if you listen any citizen mwenye ako huko raia atakwambia hao watu hawataki. In fact, right now they are saying they can fight those youths, those Al-Shabaab on their own, than depending on these other artemis. They're saying those guys are not doing anything. And they are also, the citizens, hawataki hao KDF. So these guys are not needed anywhere. It's sad. So we Kenyans can also decide. Yeah, it is true you've said about the Burkina Faso. They've followed the footsteps of Mali. I think it is Mali, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, they decided the first thing they did was walifukuza huyo ambassador wa France. So they are no longer a francophone country. Yeah, it is. I think the second francophone country to withdraw after Mali, and they are said, and they're having one of the youngest president in the world, 34 years old. Their current president, that Captain Taro is just 34 years old, and they've said they are now going.
I think it's 38. Just check.
38, yeah, 38. But the youngest, they are now going to make their own currency. He's just like Sankara, I think, was young when he was doing that. So they are going to make their own currency, and they are going to partner with the Mali because they both have gold, and they don't want that nonsense. So even Kenya, hii mambo yenye tunaekanga kila mahali tumekaa, mara sijui US wanasema nini, mara sijui UK, mara I don't know, Kenya is the what, sijui naangaliwa nao na inchi za nje. These are the guys who are making, the ones who are interfering with our own affairs. It's high time Kenyans to toe mambo ya what is Europe saying, what is America saying, how will we appear sijui ambassador. These ambassadors ndio inafaa kwanza tutoe mbio. They're the ones who are going out there and with their stupid reports, the election was free and fair, what, for their own benefit. Hawa ndio watu inafaa tuchape na tuhamishe hii Kenya, tuseme mtuache tutengeneze maneno yetu, tuchapane hapa, tutengeneze maneno yetu na nchi yetu ikuwe na amani na nchi yetu ikuwe vizuri. We cannot keep on being their subjects each and every time. They colonized us and they still want to recolonize us at the 21st century when we know we're much ahead of them. Our Form 2 dropouts ndio wanawafanyia assignments. And they're the same people they want to come and dictate what we're doing. It's high time we need to stop these guys. Yes, Rhoda, before I welcome
mimi nikuwe rais wa Kenya. Mimi nikuwe rais wa Kenya nafukuza maambasada wote. Without waiting a time. Kwa sababu, you know what they did in Congo? They're the one who destroyed Congo. Wanaiba gold. Hao ni wezi sana. They destroy the Congo. I don't know, it's a Belgium. President anataka kujenga bara, wana confused. So in Africa, we need to wake up. Tunafukuza hao maambassador wote waende kwa. We don't want any ambassador except Israel. Because Israel is a promised land. That's only country they cannot cast, because Israel, I know where I can go for holiday. I know I can go and I can pray to Jesus. I can go there to see the step Jesus was born. Only Israel, the country I love all over the world, is only Israel. But those Americans, those Sweden or Norway, those ambassadors, what are they doing? They do nothing in our country. They come to destroy. You know what they did after election? After election wanazurua Nairobi, kama niliona kama nini Sweden ni sijui ni Denmark wanaenda kuona Martha Koome, nikashindwa. These guys, the ambassador, what and me, I live in Sweden. I don't go. I have never seen the ambassador who live here in Sweden go to see the prime minister of this country or to see the chief justice of this country. Okay, they work together. Or us, for example, as we live here, they help us how to get visa if we are going difficult time. For example, if you are going, you have a children, and the ambassador, they can support you and they can talk with the authority, but they don't do. Okay, we work, Sweden and Kenya, we are very partnership. We work together when it about the tea trade, because they export tea from Kenya and here. But I don't like when the ambassador wanazurura huku wanaenda different places. Africa, we need to stop these white people. We cast them out in our country, because when we come to our country, their country, we respect them. Even though we don't do things according to the law, wanatutupa nje. They cast us down. It doesn't. How many? You know, my neighbor live in Germany, was killed in Germany. Police officer kill a guy in my village, lying for her. And in a lot of Kenyan people, they have been killed in Germany. and alafu yani makesi mob sana wana treat Kenyans bad. Akikuja nchi yetu tunaona kama ni Mungu. So we need a very strong president who say no.
Yes. Thank you. I was okay. We were supposed to hear from Kenyan Democracy. Kenyan Democracy, karibu.
I can click.
Yes, you are unmute, so you can speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, I couldn't see where I could unmute myself, so I don't know where it got lost. Otherwise, I think had not seen Jerema, I had not seen BJ, Soba Oleng. Na Stone PK sikuacha amekuja. So the rest I had said hi before. Mimi swali ni moja tu najiulizaga kama Mkenya. Na swali ni, how do Kenyans feel when they see these people the way they are behaving and they are the one wanasema ndio wenye serikali? Do they ask themselves a question like, how long are we going to suffer this? How long are we going to face these problems? Because it looks like every day there is a new problem coming up. How long are we going to wait for it to be over? So when you sit down and think about what we are going through right now, you wonder whether is it a government we have or is a foreign government? Because what actually they are doing, it's something that is unheard of. People cannot be that they are doing politics and they are the one in government. They are doing campaign and they are the one who we are looking upon at this very problematic time. Now I ask myself, how long are they going to hold this so that we understand where we are heading? How long are we going to let them stay there? The pain is too much. Kenyans are dying and Kenyans are hungry. Kenyans are sick. Kenyans cannot even be happy at all. And what I've seen is that Kenyans are suffering in all corners. It's not that there is one particular place that Kenyans are weeping, are crying. Na hii shida imekuwa sasa iko na mizizi. Inaendelea kuwa na mizizi. How soon are we going to get rid of this? How quick can we uproot it? Because we have got a capitalist who have no head. Mtu ambaye hata hafikiri binadamu. Very unpopular person. And we are letting him go on and on lecturing us. With no moral at all. With no feelings. Sasa tuseme kwa kweli kama vile ni umesema habari ya wazungu wale wako nchi yetu. If this is the white people who are meeting these ridiculous people, CSAs who are dropout school people who have not known anything. Unataka kuniambia wanasema nini? They just say yes and sign. Yes and sign. Kwa sababu hata wazungu wanaona very easy pass. Kwa sababu hao si watu wanawaelewa. Tena kuna ile heshima kubwa wanaonyesha hawa wazungu kwa sababu they don't understand. Ati mzungu ni mtu wa kukumaliza. Wanaona wako na cheo kubwa sana kukutana na mzungu. Na sijui kwa nini watu weusi wanakuwa intimidated na hiyo rangi. Na ninawaambia kweli kabisa Kenyans. You are far much better from some of these people ambao unaona hiyo rangi yao unashtuka. Far much better, and you should be proud of yourself. Mimi ninashindwa ni nini hii ilifanyika, and I said sometimes back that these people elected, they will end up in Nairobi. They will not be in their constituency. They will not go to their county. They will be in Nairobi, sitting there and enjoying their life. And that is what is happening right now. They don't want to know what the people are going through. So Kenyans, it's our high time we gather courage. Simply because if you don't fight for it, nobody is going to fight for you. Wazungu kweli kabisa wanafurahia sana kuwa na hao watu illiterate, ambao kama ni kusomeshwa wanasomeshwa na hao wazungu vile watasema na vile watafanya, na kwa hivyo wanakuwa na easy pass ya kufanya vyovyote kwa nchi yetu. Ni watu ambao wanajua kuhadaa vizuri sana, kuingia polepole na smile, lakini ukirudi kujua madhara ile umepata kabla ujijue, hautaweza kujitoa. So Kenyans, we have to be very careful what we are going through right now and what we are letting it to have roots. Kwa sababu mizizi, kung'oa huo mti inakuwaga shida. It's time for us to work hard and get there the right time. Na baba tafadhali asijikokote, kwa sababu hii ni mambo ambayo inatakiwa kupeperushwa as quickly as possible. Watu wakipata mizizi watakuwa wabaya, itakuwa ngumu, na hiyo ndio italeta shida. Lakini mimi naomba na ninashukuru kwa sababu watu washapata hii message vizuri sana. They are very working out how to go about it. Wana hamu sana, wanaongoja that moment which will be our moment. Hata mimi nilijiuliza ni kwa nini ilifanyika hivyo. Ati saa hiyo hapo kwa Bomas hakuna watu walikuwa hapo wa kufanya kitu kama kusimamisha mambo kama hiyo. I was astonished. Nikashindwa, why was it so silent like that? We have never even gotten the answer. But I always ask myself that question. But as time goes by, we are getting knowledge of what is going on and where we are heading. For now, I will rest there. I'm still here listening, Leo. Thank you for the chance.
Thank you so much. Tukiendelea, I think tumefika pale kwa revolutionary mind. Revolutionary mind ni kama ameenda parking kidogo.
Leo Kenya, Leo, can you mute me, because I can't see where to mute myself.
Okay, I'll do that.
I can consider here talk about election.
Okay.
You know, election was too much. Wazungu walikuanga hapo. I think maybe Ruto have a deal with those wazungu kwa sababu they are the one who did that elections. Because nowadays when I saw that Rachel Ruto, like she was in Kajiado County, I think it's yesterday. Everywhere she go, I used to see wazungu. Mimi nashinda ni which kind of deal Ruto have with these white people? That's something I'm asking myself, because every time I saw Rachel Ruto, everywhere naona wazungu, alafu wanini wakimsalimia wanamuinamia hivi. So I think Ruto, I think in Africa, like the way Mary say, we say wazungu they are like God. Let me tell you, mimi nakaa na wazungu, mimi nimeshaolewa na mzungu. They are the same people like you. There is no different. They think like the way we think. It's only the skin color. Me, I don't see. because I live with Wazungu, I don't see them like, I see them, by the way, me, I see them like me. I don't see, especially who are Christians, because my daughter father, he was a Christian. We have a lot of similar because he got born again when he was an 8 years boy. And can you imagine to get born? His parents, they are Christians. You know, we have a lot of similar things. So they think the same things we think. There is no difference, especially, but those people are not Christian in Mikora. Like in those people are really born again Christians. Like my daughter father, he grown up in the Pentecost. He gets saved when he was 8 years. It's the same. They are very nice people and they are very kind. But those people are not Christian. They are atheists in Mikora. So me, I don't see any different. Muzungu na mimi, my friends. In fact, I see we are the same. But of course, sometimes my friend, they used to play the game. They ask, "Can I touch your hair?" You know, they are very. Sometimes you do. It's very, but you must be very strong to live in a country with Wazungu. So in Africa, we need to be very strong. We don't accept wazungu wanafanya vile wanataka, kwa sababu wanaona sisi ni Eritrea. Hata wanakwanga Eritrea. By the way, Africa, we are more clever than them. Wazungu wanadanganyana, they lie a lot. As we are not Eritrea. We are not Eritrea the way people they think. We are not. I believe to be Eritrea is somebody who are not honest. Wazungu wanadanganyana sana. They lie a lot. They can lie for you. Oh, my brother have left me property, blah, blah, blah. And there can be connivance. So there's a good people and bad people all over the country. We don't worship Wazungu, unaona ni kama Mungu. Be close up with those people who are Christians, who are born again Christians, because they'll never lie. Me, my friend, I will never hang out with people who are not. Mimi siwezi hang out na mikora kwa sababu wanakudanganya sana, wanadanganyana sana. So don't hate. I don't believe Kenya we are Eritrea the way people think. I don't believe in Africa we are. You know, I remember one time I was in the train. I was going to Stockholm, and I met one guy from. I think he's from this West Africa country. You know, Africa we have a lot of similar. Even if they are from West Africa, we have a many black people. We have a many similar things. And this guy from Liberia, we started to talk about politics. We were talking about his country politician, and then I started to talk about, white people. They were looking at us. He told me, they think that we are stupid. We don't know our country. We don't know our politicians. They put us down as we live here because they think that we don't talk. We don't care about our country. So that guy, he just they look at us. We are stupid.
Yes, Rhoda. I thought you were asking a question.
No, I
But
just
it's okay.
want
It's okay. You made your point hard, and maybe just to try and expound on what you've said, we should not be worshiping these white people. They're just like us, actually. We should not be depending on them to make decisions on our behalf. We can equally make decisions on their behalf and control them and stop them. Yeah. Wanted to call Revolutionary Mind. He wasn't around. I'll come back to you. Let me get from Jeremani. Then we have somebody who not spoken. Mzalendo mwenyewe, will give him his minutes as we proceed. Jeremani.
Leo, I just wanted to make a contribution to what Rhoda said. In fact, I usually find it in me. This could be a subjective view. I usually find it difficult to call people white, black, yellow, brown. Because when I look historically in the Kenyan context or in the African context, we do not have those distinctions of color. We refer to people by their nations or nationality. Mchina, mtu kutoka Japan, Mwingereza, mtu kutoka Ulaya. This concept of color was introduced to us, and it's something we do not have within our languages or within the context of our nation. I'm also careful to use the word nation because It appears we're still yet to define it. But this is what I wanted to share. I was looking at something on the internet about the most welcoming nations in the world. And this was done by an organization called Expert Inside a Survey. These were their findings. I'll read very quickly the top 10. Number 1, they found Portugal. Number 2, Taiwan. Number 3, Mexico. Number 4, Cambodia. Number 5, Bahrain. Number 6, Costa Rica. Number 7, Oman. Number 8, Colombia. Number 9, Vietnam. Number 10, Canada. What am I saying here? These were the rankings by about 11,000 expatriates who participated in this survey, representing about 177 nationalities and 188 countries. I just wanted to lay the emphasis to what Rhoda is saying, that we should not be looking at ourselves as inferior people. We should also explore what is it that makes those nations great, and then find how we can also make ours great. The formula used by them may not be so different from what we ought to use within our context. Thank you, Leo.
Thank you so much. Let me now give this opportunity to Mzalendo so that we can also have to hear what he has for us today. Mzalendo, karibu.
Asante sana leo. Habari is Tony PK, Jeremani, Revolutionary Mind, Big J, Rhoda, Amjamboni. I know.
Hatuna jambo.
Kuna wengine wakiniona hapa nasikia wanataka kunifukuza. Ati tuliwafukuza kabisa. We are Kenyans. If you want to chase a Kenyan and yet we want to unite as one country in one direction, then it beats the purpose. You need to entice me to whatever you believe in so that I could join your movement. But having said that, I think the topic of today is Uhuru retired but not out. I know this is something that will bring a lot of controversy, but this is my point of view. Uhuru is a very young politician and is not going anywhere as far as politics is concerned. The only thing that Uhuru is trying to do is going to make a political comeback. That is in my view. And you know, Uhuru's strongest base is in Central Province. That is his political base. Until the other day, it was wrestled out. He was wrestled out by the DP. He still wants to make a comeback. He's still hurting in a way. He needs to make a comeback. And as much as we are pushing for political change, Azimio is actually pushing for a constitutional change in a way. They don't know what that will bring. At the end game is that Azimio will be the loser in everything that they are pushing for. If there is a constitutional change, this is what it means. That whatever had happened, including the presidency of Uhuru Kenyatta, that will be null and void. People can run again in politics. So Uhuru is not done with politics in the country. He is still going to be there. You have seen, Leo, that Jubilee are planning to withdraw from Azimio. and that is strategic. They are going to get away from Azimio coalition because you don't share anything in common. Azimio, Jubilee belongs to share the same ideology with Kenya Kwanza, and that is the direction that probably they are moving. You'd ask yourself that where are we going with the name Azimio? Yet Azimio coalition, all we see is probably once in a while you can see Wiper. Azimio in its formation had more than 20 political parties. 20 political parties. Some of the political leaders have not been seen. People like Inangilu and the rest, they've never been seen since the elections. So the political leaders in Azimio, wote walienda, I don't know where they went. The political parties, I don't know where they went. But maybe you could, some of you could tell us where these political parties and what is their role right now that we are seeing Baba in his rallies. He's always alone. What are the roles of these so many political parties that form Azimio coalition? And each and every day that is going by some political parties are withdrawing from the Azimio coalition. That's a question to you guys.
Mzalendo, okay, it's good you've asked the question and the hands are there ready to answer you. So I'll give Big J, then I'll give Stone PK. And before I give them, I'll just take this opportunity to remind you that right now, what the cause we are taking doesn't need political parties or elected leaders. So Baba doesn't need those people you're saying. The people he needs are always with his rally. So your concern should be when you find Baba calling for a meeting and the people are not around him. And even today you saw he did not call for a meeting and the people who want change were with him. So forget about those people you are talking of, Ngilu or whatever. Those ones are not needed now. They are not suffering. Those are people who are not suffering. So the revolution is for the people who are suffering and feeling the pain and the heat of the Kenya Kwanza purported government. So the day you'll find Baba meeting with those MPs without citizens, then you'll say he has got no purpose because he cannot fight for people who are earning salaries and have got good insurance for and medical insurance and can put food on the table. So right now, those ones are not needed. Baba is representing those ones who cannot afford insurance, those ones who cannot afford school fee, those ones who are jobless, and those are the people who are working with him. I think that one has answered part of your questions. Jerry, it was Big J, yeah?
Yes, Leo. You know, why does Msalendo want to know where the parties are? Is he here to confirm or to? I mean, I don't see the reason why he need to know where they are. And actually, I want to tell him that this is the same propaganda that Ruto is using, and he doesn't need to bring that propaganda here. We don't need it. Keep it with yourself. Trust me, we don't need it. We don't need with the property Jubilee is going out. Are you a Jubilee member? If you are a Jubilee member, then go. We don't care. We don't care about anything else. We care about the local people that you frauded. The Ruto frauded them. So Mzalendo, don't usitupandishe pressure. We feel we are still hurt, Mzalendo. And I wish we are ngekuwa karibu na wewe. I will show you what we are capable of.
Okay, Zalendo, you know very well. The Jubilee party leader is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta and the Secretary General is Jeremiah Kioni. The Kanini Kegas you're talking of are liabilities in Jubilee. They were never elected, so they are having nominatory or appointed positions. So I think you are somebody who is learned, and there must be a difference between you and the Tugeges that are in the village who are excited by what is called the press conference. So you should be able to check this press conference was called by who, under which capacity. You know how parties run. You are the same person who was here when Wetangula was overthrown just through the press conferences. So I don't know how fast you people forget. Stone PK.
Can I have Mama before? Then I do the I do after her.
Okay.
Because I want to finish Mzalendo once and for all.
You will give me a chance before, because everybody here, when I talk, they want to attack me. So nipatie hata nafasi I answer one, at least one or two, because
no. If you are brave, answer all of them. Goja.
One at a, I can take you all, but give me one at a time.
You cannot.
With the problem, this
Kenyan democracy.
Unajua, this guy is ni kama nywele nyeupe ile inaitoka mvi. You know, mvi inatokaga moja kwa kichwa, inajiona it is the most beautiful thing. Inasahau nywele nyeusi ni nyingi kuliko hiyo nywele moja nyeupe. So you don't have to be here.
Leo, I asked Leo, before.
No, I've given Kenyan democracy time.
No, I'm begging to leave.
Okay, let her speak, then you leave, no problem. Kenyan democracy.
Thank you. I think Mzalendo is one man alone in Jerusalem. I cannot imagine he is talking about parties. We have moved over about parties. Now it's Kenyans in general. Other tribes matters. And we are united. We want to conquer. We want to take our Kenya. Don't bring about parties here. Parties are gone. And even we don't want to hear them. They are useless, because that is why we are in this trouble. That's why we are in problems right now, because of that fake parties. We elected people with the parties, and that they have already left us. We were left alone. So what were we left with? Nothing. We don't want parties. So Mzalendo, you are talking alone. You are in a dilemma, and you are dreaming daytime. We are not interested with parties. And please don't bring about parties here. We are talking about Kenyans who are hurting, and we are really hurting. We don't want jokes. Thank you.
Thank you. The lender will just give you the response once, then you see if you can tackle them or whatever. Because if we allow you to interrupt, I know you are going to divert the attention from the current response that we're giving you, so that you open another dialogue box, and we are not going to go that direction. Remember, we're also working on a strict time whereby you had specific minutes to submit, and the questions and interactions are part of your submission. If you want to make it clear, you need to get some things that are not so controversial, so that you submit and you don't make allegations that needs confirmation, so that you save on your time. So, Stone PK.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Moderator, for that, because for me, I think Mzalendo is the biggest joker I've ever come across. He's a joker and a distractor. I've always said that. He's not serious, as you can always see from what he engages in. He tries to, kind of make us active, and once you start engaging him, you can imagine how you kind of trend into a lot of useless, waters that, because we are so far away ahead. He's telling you, oh, Jubilee is moving to wherever. We are saying, and it has been repeated even in Mavoko. I think Mzalendo, he lies that he's been in Kenya and all that. He's lost. And I would dare him to go to Kenya and vie even for an MCA seat right now in his Luo land. I know he comes from there. Let him try. Even chairman of a board of governors, Yashule, Ajaribu, he will not find anything. But he lives in, he's bitter with Raila. He lives on Railaism. instead of moving on. And he supports a regime that he even does not know where it's going. He doesn't. So let's not engage Mzalendo too much. I later did my research and is less informed about what is going on. He's out of tune totally. That I can vouch. I can vouch for that. He's completely out. Azimio has nothing to do with parties. He's telling us about parties. Mzalendo does not even see. He has no ground even to see what is happening. What was in Mavoko? These rallies, according to Mzalendo, ni upuzi inaendelea. When you have thousands and thousands of Kenyans saying XYZ, then Mzalendo is seated there on his couch thinking that Kenyans are that stupid. Who is stupid? Nani mjinga kati ya Mzalendo na hao wa Kenya? Those Kenyans who are going there without being paid. Kenyans who are saying Ruto stole. Then Mzalendo is seated there telling you, oh, he never stole. This is the constitution. And that's garbage, please. So for me, I would never engage Mzalendo. And that's why I never answer his questions. All right? Let him dream. Let him go there talking about Jubilee. We don't care about the Jubilee people. We don't care about the MPs. They were all bought by his so-called president. He calls Ruto his president. He calls him doctor and all that. I always say, a thief supported a thief. A thief is supported by a thief. Wanugu, if all of you remember, alikuwa mwizi ya Msugu alikuwa anaitwa Wanugu. The people used to drink with were all thieves and thugs. Walimbo are the same. All those who were killed by nani, huyu alikuwa anaitwa Mr. Shaw. They were all thieves. He would not move around with anybody else. Mwizi anatembea, ukiangalia kwa gari ni wezi, wale anatembea nao. So Ruto, anybody, hata kwa hii studio, whoever supports Ruto is a thief in one way or another and advocates huyo wizi. And advocate hiyo serikali ya majambazi. He's talking about that the ideology. What ideology does Ruto have? It's the ideology of thievery, murder, rape, all ills and evils. That is Ruto's ideology, which is Mzalendo's ideology. So for you Kenyans, if you believe in Mzalendo seated there, by the way, thieves are not, they don't look different. They look like Mzalendo, they look like Ruto, they look like Kachagwa. Wezi wanafanana tu na wewe, ni ndugu yako, mumezaliwa pamoja lakini bahati mbaya akaenda upande ya wizi. Okay? Wewe ukaenda upande ya mwingine. Wanabeba Bible na ni wezi, ni marapist na ni Bible. Wanajidai Bwana asifiwe ni mapasta, but they are thieves. Why do we have money in churches getting lost? These are the Mzalendos, the Rutos, the Rechos, pretending to pray and turn water into... That is garbage and is what has sold this country. For me, I'm calling the revolution to carry two faces. Say to hell with the Bible, if the Bible is coming to oppress Kenyans. To hell with the religion, if it's coming to oppress Kenyans. That's what I'm saying now. Mambo ya Bwana asifiwe in Kenya tuseme no. Kama inakuja Bwana asifiwe to oppress my child, to oppress my children and the children of my children, to take away my freedom, to steal elections, to hell with that religion. I want us to have a religion that will ensure us to have justice, period. Our religion should be justice. Wacha maneno ati mimi ni reverend, mimi ni pastor, sijui mimi ni garbage gani, Bwana, we are holding prayer meetings. Kenyans, rise, disband all those prayer meetings. They are useless, they are not beneficial. Mungu does not support that. If God was supporting those kind of nonsense, he would not be God there with the poor people. Why does God have so many people suffering in poverty? He hates them. Why do we have slums? They are God's people. God values them. So don't misuse them. Don't pretend to us here that uko saved and you are not supporting the poor. We have now come to light. We know the garbage that Ruto and Kina Mzalendos are giving us. It's all rubbish. And we don't want that religion. Even if it means Kenyans will not go to heaven. Wacha tusiende heaven. Kama heaven ni hiyo ujinga ya Ruto na Kina Mzalendo. Bwana asifiwe za ushenzi. We are now fed up. Don't tell us about that. You go to your prayer meeting, do all that crap you are doing. You carry your Bible, whatever Bible you are carrying, we don't recognize that Bible you carry. For us, we have a God that we believe who takes care of the poor. Okay? Don't tell us about Jubilee and all that. That is all nonsense. We have a different course we are taking. And if you have ears and eyes, you can see. You should look at Mavoko. You may think it's a joke, but my friend, Ruto is not gonna last in this country. He's finished. Hizo zinaitwa kicks of a dying horse. He's gone. And we don't care about the constitution, by the way. Nobody should come on this forum and tell us about constitution. Constitution has been screwed up. So right now, we have taken charge. The people have taken charge. And replay the clip in Mavoko, Mr. Mzalendo, and all those of you who are thieves following following Ruto. Ruto followers, Ruto reverends, Ruto pastors, Mashetani pastors. Go read the signs. Listen to those clips very careful. We are building up, and we have said to hell with you and your God. We will perish you, we will kill you, we will do whatever we have to do to cleanse this country called Kenya. Thank you very much. Back to you, Leo.
Okay, thank you very much, guys. I have one request. We are not ending the show. Jeremiah, I'm giving you time. I'll start with you. We are not ending the show. I'll just request your patience for 1 minute. It will not go past a minute. We are just ending this feed. There is a video that we played here. So if we have this thing continuous like for 6 hours, it will have to be brought down. But if we end it now and start afresh, it will be okay. So I just request you 1 minute, just stay, don't get out of your phone or out of your computer. In the next 1 minute, then we pick it from where we are. Same topic, we're just continuing with the conversation. So if you allow me 1 minute, then we are starting.